Okay, it looks like we got a good one. Extreme. Uh, okay, it's cold again today here, and it's Saturday, the 17th of January. It's 7:53 in the morning, and the house is cold. Outside, it's sunny right now, but we're supposed to have rain. Let's take a peek at the weather report for whatever they're worth. 49 now, and that's cold for us. High 62, and sunny, no rain today. And now they're projecting tomorrow 90% chance of rain. That's a very high probability. And they're saying high of 57. That's going to be a cold day. And then Monday, they're telling us 40% chance of rain. And then it'll be cold, but no more rain for a week anyway, or maybe that's when the weather report stops. I have seen it where around second or third week of February, the winter stops. So that could happen. It doesn't always go that much longer, Okay. So, we're going to talk about today what we're hearing in Israel as to why the attack against Iran stopped. And I think I've got a pretty good grasp of what really happened now. Took a lot of reading, and then I think I finally figured out what really happened. Okay? And the attacks in Iran against protesters are still ongoing, and there's still protesters. And the Shah's son is sitting there barking, telling him to go out every day at 6 o'clock or 8 o'clock or something like that. And it seems that there's still energy for the protesters, okay? And they could be getting paid by various countries. I don't think it's just Israel and America behind this. I think the other likely people would be the UK, France, Italy, and possibly others, okay? And the Iranians do hint at that, but they like to just, wave America and Israel in there. There are reports that NATO aircraft have moved into the area. Now, I can't really get a good confirm on that. I put it up on the Telegram, and I don't know about a good confirm yet on that. I wish I could tell you, because if it was true, it would really make an interpretation of the events much easier. But the Reuters and the New York Times and they likely aren't going to carry the story. Um, I don't know what happened yet on that. It was popping up on Twitter, which doesn't mean much. It could be real or not. I don't know. Okay, so we're going to cover what really happened and what's likely to happen in the future. And it's not looking as, I'm not going to reflect that heavily on Trump being a punk and a baby and running away. There's a lot of that going on, but there's other real factors that we'll cover that he pulled back on. Okay, so let me run into the live stream and see what we got. And we're going to do Bible work today. We're going to try to get through Ezekiel 8 to 11, or at least parts of it. We'll work today. We're going to try to get through Ezekiel 8 Somebody was asking me if I'm a gang member. My gosh. This thing is so difficult to work with now. They were trying to improve it. A YouTube improvement. It makes it worse. Okay, we just got to live with this. In the early days of the internet, things used to be intuitive. Boy, did that go away. I remember with Microsoft, we used to get the Windows version this, version that. And I only remember maybe once or twice over several years that the new version was ever any good. It always made things worse. It was good for Microsoft, maybe, but not for us. Okay. I won't miss the internet. Oh, it'll go down. I won't miss it. So the house is rather freezing today. Israelis don't build houses with insulation. I mean, very few houses ever have insulation. There's expensive modern houses in Israel that will have insulation, and they have where they even wire them with um, the American electricity and the European electricity, 110 and 220, or 120 and 230, whatever you want to call it. All right. Being a Bible believing site, I'm going to do some praise. You could join in if you want to. There is no God like Jehovah. 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 There is no Messiah like Yeshua. 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 All right, so let me give you what I picked up in Israel about what happened with Trump. Trump was planning to do a strike of a limited size. He wasn't going to hit missile cities. He wasn't going to hit the Khomeini's hole in the ground that he's hiding in or any of that. He was going to go after the police. Now, when we look at that word police, I think we need to incorporate also into that the IRGC, which are, um, you know, like paramilitary. They're an army and they're a police at the same time. We can look at it that way. Okay, they're um, they're the ones that predominantly were being directed at the protesters. Okay, along with the police. Some of the police actually joined the protesters. I don't know what happened to those guys. Um, they, depending on that, now nobody really knows how many IRGC Iran has. The range is between 125,000 and 190,000. Now, you must understand they got 90 million people in the country. The New York City Police Department, I think, runs at about 35,000. That's a city. Okay. So they don't have that many IRGC. But then comes the police. Now, the police are not as heavily equipped as the IRGC, and they're trained differently. I mean, they're going to direct traffic, tow cars, parking tickets, driving tickets, also protests, crime, burglars, shoplifters, stuff like that. So they're not exactly the same thing, okay? All right, so Trump was going to hit them. Now, what does hit them mean? Probably bomb their facilities where they have command centers, like a police station for IRGC. Probably bomb a lot of those. What do I mean a lot? Oh, maybe 12 or 15 of them in the big cities. Would some of the IRGC been killed? Yes, unless they broadcast before the attack to evacuate, which is possible, but I don't think Trump does that. The idea was to stop the IRGC and the police from brutalizing the protesters, killing them, and other things. All right? Now, one of the things that Iran did is they brought in several thousand Hezbollah and various militia types from Iraq. Now, the Hezbollah would probably come from Syria, Iraq, and Lebanon. It was combined several thousand of them. Not, 10,000, less than that. Maybe 4,000 or 5,000, something like that. And they were being deployed to bust up the protesters and apparently shoot them and stuff like that. Now, they may have been given IRGC uniforms, I don't know. Or they may have just been in plain clothes. Because it wasn't their country, they're getting paid by Iran, so they went in to protect their employer. Okay? And so by killing the IRGC and killing the local police in Iran, or national police, you weren't going to stop it because these other characters were going to still go around killing them. And these other characters wouldn't have been in the barracks and the command centers and the headquarters of these IRGC and police. Most likely they were being run by intelligence operatives of the government or some high-ranking officials in the government. So they probably wouldn't even have gotten bombed. So it would have been provocative, it would have caused damage, it would have caused death. It probably would have deterred the police from continuing to be harsh with the people. But the ones shooting the people off rooftops and things like that would have continued. There's also talk that they used some sort of very toxic gas on these people. They also went into the hospitals and found people lying in beds in the hospital that had been shot and wounded. And they went in there and just shot them in the hospital beds. That was most likely Hezbollah and the Iraqi guys. So the thought from Israel was that this wasn't going to cut it. All you were going to do was make things worse. The Iranians would have bared down harder on the protesters. How could they do that? Well, they didn't take the tanks and roll them into the street, but the tanks usually have 1 or 2 machine guns, and the guys can stay pretty safe in the turret, or many times they could operate the machine guns from remote control inside the turret, inside the tank locked in there, and mow the people down. In addition, they could drive the tank into the people and crush them. In addition, they could fire artillery rounds at the people. Yeah. Artillery isn't, from a tank, isn't so catastrophic that it's going to knock buildings over and stuff like that. I don't think they would bother doing that. The machine guns would do the job. If you got 2 machine guns in a tank, which is a common setup, you can mow down crowds in seconds. And you're not with 1 tank. Let's say you got 2 or 3 tanks together, and they got, let's say, 6 machine guns. They could take down 2,000-3,000 people in a brief period of time. And they got rid of the internet to a great extent. I think if they ever got the internet gone altogether, the Iranians would have really had a massacre. They would have massacred the people much worse. Now, it's thought that what they're going to do is set up some sort of an internet that operates only inside Iran, and they probably would sanction other sites or locations, like they might allow internet in Yemen, in Oman or other countries, that they like and get along with. It cut the people off from, things like YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. That stuff isn't going to work for them. Okay. So Iran is correcting its mistakes. And, people in Israel that understand these Muslim terrorist states are laughing about Trump and the 800 people that didn't get executed. Trump told the Iranians to stop it or he would attack. And they showed fear too, and they stopped it. Why would they stop it? Because they just stopped it for a few days. They'll resume their hanging when the time is right for them, if it ever is. In the meantime, they got him in prisons, called dungeons perhaps, and they could do what they want with him. Interrogate him, collect intel. Nobody's stopping the police, the secret police, whoever that might be in Iran, from going around and arresting people when they waterboard people or give them drugs, interrogate them, and the people give up other people. They just send a car or plainclothes agents over to the guy's house or place of business, and They just calmly tell him that he has to come down and answer some questions, You never see or hear from him again. So they were going to do a mass hanging of 800 people. I don't know how they plan to do that. If they plan to do it with one noose and one setup, they would have been there for days. So they probably were going to have, um, some setup, or maybe they were going to do 25 people at a time or something. They could have built a large trapdoor setup and just, they did this. This happened in, past centuries in other places, including the West. The American West would do it. They would line multiple people up on a big trapdoor hanging platform that they would build. And then not 25, but they might put 5 or 7 up there or something. And then they're all standing on the trapdoor. They put a noose over them, a hood over their face, and they just throw the thing. The floor falls out. They drop, I think, at least 6 or 8 feet, and the knot on the rope is on the side, and when they hit bottom, the rope smacks against the side of their head and breaks their neck, and they're dead. If everything goes well. If it doesn't go well, then they hang there and choke, and other times it decapitates them. So it's rather a crude way of doing things compared to the lethal injection. But they were probably interested in doing this because it was a gruesome way, and it would be public, and a lot of the Muslims would be out there chanting and cheering the death. Because all of Satan's people love death of anything. They just love death. And the idea was to scare the protesters from trying this again. That was their plan, okay, with the mass hanging. So they never said, okay, we'll never hang the people. They just didn't do it yet. Don't be thinking that they're never going to do it. And it's convenient for them because they can collect intel from these people before they hang them. So it actually helped them a little bit. So Saudi Arabia's and 1 or 2 other Arab countries were telling Trump not to do it because it was going to have no effect, and there was going to be, the Middle East wouldn't be the same anymore. And I agree with that. Trump and his generals were guilty of not understanding the Middle East and misdirecting the military efforts in a way that wouldn't have done any good, just inflamed things. Netanyahu also told that to Trump, but I think when Netanyahu explained it to him, what he was explaining to Trump was, you're going to look bad because you did this attack that won't be very meaningful on the Iranian security forces that are hurting the protesters. And Iran is just going to lash out harder against the protesters to make you look bad. And that's what Iran would have done. Now, not only can Iran send tanks out to drive over the protesters, shoot them with machine guns and stuff like that, they could also deploy drones. Iran is a drone monster country, okay? They knock drones off by the hundreds or thousands every day. They got all kinds of drones, all right? Excuse me. So Iran can deploy drones to kill the protesters easily. what would be some, for instance, have suicide drones go into the crowd and blow up? Yeah, that's one way, rather crude. Another way would be to drop a hand grenade or two into the crowd. That's another way to do it. Putting a gun in the drone to shoot them like a machine gun, I don't think that's a popular way of doing it. More like explosions, would be, they could maybe do that, adapt, put one or two rifles in a drone that can be fired, but they usually like blunt force, like exploding drone, a suicide drone, a kamikaze drone, same thing, or something that drops hand grenades, or it could shoot small missiles. They could have it shoot 2 3/4 inch missiles, which are low impact, minimal property damage, and a lot of destruction to people. So they could do that, okay? And they would likely do that. So Trump wasn't going to get any good mileage out of this. He was going to get a bad reputation. I think the Saudis tried talking with Trump and didn't get anywhere, but I think the Saudis were more worried about attacks on their oil refineries from the Houthis in Yemen and Iran. So they said, you're not using our airspace, you're not using our land, you're not using any of our resources to attack Iran. And they told that to Iran, trying to get Iran to leave them alone and not attack them. But I don't think it would have done any good. Iran would have said, you're housing American military and your bases, aircraft and soldiers, so you're part of America, and attack them anyway. And Saudis probably knew that was a possibility. But I believe it was Netanyahu that talked Trump out of it. He said, listen, you're not going to get anywhere with this. It's not going to go anywhere. And then they're going to launch missiles. So Trump started analyzing this. And I imagine Netanyahu helped him and explained to him that you got to do something to stop their retaliation. Just telling them they better not retaliate isn't going to cut it. They're not going to listen to you. So Trump, at the last minute, realized that what was going to happen is American military bases in the area were going to get attacked with missiles and drones. OPEC country oil refineries and ports and piers and storage facilities would get hit with drones and missiles. And Israel would be taking drones and missiles. Now, since this thing started, this fiasco of the Donald Trump, Israel is now saying they're going to have to start attacking Iraq. Why? Because Iraq is aligned with Iran as a puppet, and Iraq will fire on Israel drones and missiles and try to stop Israeli jets flying over their airspace. So we're going to have to start attacking Iraq. The initial form of attack would be their radar. Blind them, and then we would probably hit some missile sites and storage facilities and things like that to try to disable their best missiles and possibly their drones. That would be what we would do. From what I could tell, that's going to happen in the coming days. So that will mitigate down, reduce down the threat that Iran would present to us. The Houthis is still a threat, but not that serious, but a threat. We don't think Hezbollah will do anything in terms of missile launches. And we are attacking them multiple times a day, have been for many, 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 many weeks. So the Hamas in Gaza is not a serious threat. Syria is not a serious threat, but America is attacking Syria, ISIS locations, and they're attacking them daily, just about. And America said that they're going to continue these attacks for weeks. Obviously, they said something like that to try to get the ISIS people to take a hike out of Syria. Now, Giuliani, the guy running Syria, who Trump seemed to favor, stupidly, got an ISIS background, Al-Qaeda, ISIS. So he could likely be bringing these bums in there to attack the races that Giuliani doesn't like, which are Alawites, which is religion really, Alawites, Kurds, Druze, Christians, and various kinds of Muslims that ISIS doesn't agree with. And this is something America wants to stop, and Giuliani doesn't have the tools and the wherewithal to stop it. So Trump is stopping it. I don't think Giuliani wants it stopped myself, but Trump is going in there and attacking them to get rid of them. He doesn't want them there because ultimately they're going to attack him and the oil fields. Now, the Kurds are still fighting against Giuliani, although they went back to their own area. And in Iran, the Kurds are fighting against Iran still. They haven't stopped. So the thing in Iran is still ongoing. So now we see there's a little bit of discrepancy. The Teddy Roosevelt aircraft carrier group is supposed to be here now. The Abraham Lincoln is more than likely chugging over here, as is the Bush aircraft carrier also. So now one of these two, the Bush or the Lincoln, may be going to Europe, or I don't know. What I expect will happen is one will be in the Red Sea area, which is already the case with the Teddy Roosevelt. One will be in the Mediterranean near Israel, and the other one will be near Diego Garcia, or between Diego Garcia and the Persian Gulf, making a point to stay far out of range from Iran. And that might be, they got to stay 1,500 miles away from Iran. Now, is there a possibility that Iran has rather substantial range missiles, long-range missiles that they picked up, not nuclear, that they picked up from China? We're not sure Russia even has any of those, but we might believe China does, and they may have given, 5 or 10, or who knows how many, to Iran to fire at Russia, at America from Iran. Now, that's a long shot, but it's a possibility that China has that. Let's see what the distance would be, let's just say from Tehran to Washington, D.C. distance by air from Tehran to Washington, D.C. Oh gosh, it's 6,000 miles. Well, if Iran could sustain a flight with a missile of 4,400 miles an hour, which is hypersonic capability I think they have, it would be a little over an hour to get there. Do I believe they have this capability? Me? No. No. Do I believe they could hit many places in Europe? Yes. Yes. We know they can go 1,200 miles with some accuracy, hypersonic, and hit Israel. So would it be, I would say, let's take a stretch since June, the 12-day war, which is July, August, September, October, November, December, January, another half a year, I would say they could probably get it up to 1,800 miles. So that means they could hit American and other countries' bases in Europe, and they could hit the American bases in the Middle East, which contain about 58,000 personnel, military. Now, Trump did deplete some of the soldiers from the bases, like in Kuwait and, the different American bases, but it wasn't a permanent removal, and he left people there, and it was just that he thought they were going to be hit right away, so he pulled the non-essential personnel off. And the others, I would assume, had room in bunkers. He'll probably move them back eventually. So now Trump's saying he wants to talk to Iran. Well, see, this makes me think that Trump is trying to buy time. Did Trump learn a lesson, and did he realize that if you do halfway Mickey Mouse soft attacks on Iran, it does no good? Maybe. It would be the truth if he understood that. That he needs to understand the only thing that Iran's going to respond to is severe damage. Then they'll realize that Trump got guts and is going to, ruin them if they keep it up. Now, they can damage other countries and stuff like that, but you see, that doesn't stop the damage being done to their own country. Well, okay, you can say, well, we got the American bases, we knocked out Kuwait's refineries and the Qatar air base America has. Oh, yeah, great. But you're still in flames burning up. See the problem they have? So the standard, big muscle thing that America does is brings three aircraft carriers over here. They did move 5,600 soldiers, Marines, and Delta forces to the area of Iran in the Middle East. I don't know exactly where they are. Now, what are they up to? They can't invade Iran. They're going to try to do a targeted assassination or something like that. You can't just parachute guys into Iran. I don't think you're going to get anywhere with that. Or bring them in on a submarine and they get a rubber boat and row in. I don't think so. Iran's too good for that. I don't think you're going to get anywhere like that. So I don't know what Trump's plans are, but I could tell you that I don't think he's dumb enough to just try to send them into Iran to do a snatch and or assassination or anything like that. I don't know what he's up to. I don't know. He might be trying to get himself set up for a kidnapping or targeted assassination of Khomeini or Khomeini's family if the opportunity presents itself. That might be all he's up to. He might not be doing anything more than that. So when are these aircraft carriers going to be here? Probably by the end of the month. Normally one would be out, not in the Persian Gulf, too dangerous, not in the Sea of Oman, too close, in the Indian Ocean near the Sea of Oman. One will be floating around the Mediterranean offshore from Israel, near Israel somewhere. I don't know how far offshore, 100 or 200 miles, maybe as low as 50 or 75 miles. They want to make sure they're not going to get harassed and hit by, junky, immature rockets fired from land. So they're going to keep themselves offshore a bunch. When they're hanging around loitering, they got airplanes in the air. If they're in the area here near Iran and Lebanon and stuff like that, I would be sure they have at least 4 to 8 aircraft up at all times. They probably have 4, and they'd probably keep at least another 2 on the deck for quick deployment. So the pilot could be sitting in the plane, or he could be hanging around drinking coffee, and the buzzer goes off and he runs to the plane. 60, 90 seconds later, he's in the air. They can do it that way. And they might have another 4 or 6 on standby. So if any type of attack is being planned coming their way, they could, launch planes to counter the attack, be it by sea or be it by air. And with 3 aircraft carriers, you're looking at about 90 aircraft each, so 270. And you're looking at a minimum of 3 destroyers, missile cruisers. So you have another 9 warships coming with them that can launch missiles. And rest assured, with something like that, there'll probably be a half a dozen very, very good nuclear submarines running around here to protect those boats also. They don't like to talk about the submarines, but they're not going to expose the aircraft carrier to submarines. They want to have anti-submarine warfare by a submarine hunter that could also fire missiles into Iran. So each sub can hold 64 missiles, but I think that may have been expanded to something like 72 maybe, or not sure, maybe even 80. But let's go with 64, and if you've got 6 of them, you got almost 400 missiles, and these missiles can be fired 40 feet under the water. And I'm rather sure Iran has no detection capability for that. They would be able to get a GPS on the missile launch site, so they would eventually know where the boat was when it fired the missiles. But how long would it take to fire 8 missiles? It would take, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes to get them all off at most. And by the time Iran can figure out where it is, and try to send ordnance that way, the boat would be miles away. The boat wouldn't stay at 40 feet. The boat would go down probably to, 300 to 600 feet and then start traveling. While it would travel, it would dive while it was traveling. And I don't think Iran's got anything that's going to penetrate hundreds of feet of water, find a submarine, hit it, and blow it up. That's Captain Kirk, and Darth Vader might have things like that, but not in the real world. That's Hollywood. The big other fear we have is Iran. See, what Iran wants is Iran wants to be a caliphate. A caliphate is a conglomeration of countries run by a caliph. A caliph is exactly the way Khomeini presents himself, supreme leader. He's a political leader, 50% and 50%, an Islamic leader. That's what he. So Iran would want to put Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Oman, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, probably Lebanon, into its caliphate. Now, Turkey's the other one that wants to form a caliphate, so he might temporarily line up with Iran and then figure down the road will stab Iran in the back or something, but so their idea would be to form this thing. They would probably allow other Muslim states nearby, like Morocco or Tunisia or Algiers, to join. Maybe Somalia and other countries. And then they would build up their economies. So to get there, what Iran would need is it would need America to kill the sanctions, take the sanctions away. Which means Iran could not only sell pistachio nuts, it could sell oil and natural gas. And then the money comes in. And then Iran starts dumping the money back into Hezbollah, and then Hezbollah starts recruiting. They pay Hezbollah $1,800 a month. That would probably go to $2,500 or $3,000. Making $1,800 a month in Lebanon now would be probably like making $10,000 a month in America now. Okay, so for people that may never have finished high school, that's a good amount of money, right? If Gaza's still left, they would probably try something, but Gaza's hands are tied. They can't do anything anymore. Yemen, they would, and they would tell Hezbollah, recruit, double in size, triple in size, and then they would try it in Yemen, recruit, expand. Then they would take their militias and sprinkle them even more so in Syria, recruit more, paying good money, maybe again 2,500, 3,000 bucks a month in Syria and also in Iraq, and grow their proxy states, and then they would need to basically knock off a few states like Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Oman's pretty much on their side, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia. The way they would knock them off is not by invasion per se or missile attack. They would close the Persian Gulf. And these countries would be heavily affected about getting their oil out. And then what? They would say, well, if you sign up with us and support us, you can get your oil out. You can ship your oil. So they pull them in softly, but we want to control your oil prices. You got to, when we tell you what to sell the oil for, you got to sell it for that. And if we tell you to cut back production, you got to cut it back. So there's two ways you could raise oil prices. One way is cut production back. The other way is raise the prices. Like when I was in business school getting an MBA, they told us, how do you raise the price of a chocolate bar without raising the price of the chocolate? Now, I was a young guy in my low 20s. I didn't know the answer back then. These are some of the things I learned in business school that were actually good. And they told us, they said, well, reduce the amount of chocolate in the chocolate bar, keep the price the same, and drop it by an ounce of chocolate. And that's what the companies do, as you well know now. We studied how to market the dog and cat food. Not bird food, really, just dog and cat food. And they were telling us back then in the early 70s that there was more dog and cat food sold than baby food. And they were teaching us how to market that. They teach you things like if you were going to market milk, you don't put it in a black container, But if you're going to sell shoe polish, you put it in a black container, They never told us that about shoe polish. I figured it out. But, okay, back to Iran. So, that's what Iran wants. So, can we see a closing of the Persian Gulf in the fairly immediate future? Yeah, I get it up about 50%. Because what Iran wants is sanctions gone. Iran doesn't want to hit the American military bases and the oil refineries in the other countries and then take 1,800 bombs and have to spend years rebuilding with sanctions on them yet. It'd be horrible. They don't think that's a great idea. They're crazy, say they might do it. But what their strength is, they don't have aircraft carriers and B-2 bombers and all that. They've got insanity to market, okay? Trump pulls the aircraft carriers in, and you wake up in the morning and you see on the news 2 aircraft carriers 100, 200 miles offshore with all these planes flying around and, missile shooting ships, and you get nervous, real nervous. Okay, how would you feel if you woke up in the morning and there was a bunch of Chinese and Russian warships off the East Coast and the West Coast with aircraft carriers and planes flying by the coast? You wouldn't be comfortable. Okay, nobody is. So Iran doesn't have that. Okay, So what it does do is it creates the image of insanity. Where insane Muslims will do anything. Well, Khomeini's not an insane Muslim. He's not a Muslim. Why would you believe he's a Muslim? You think Satan's that stupid? He's no Muslim. Trump's no Christian. The Pope's no Christian. They're all Satan bots. Okay, that's all they are. So Khomeini uses this cloak of we're completely out of our minds. But notice he did not do the executions, right? What Trump was trying to do is get Iran to leave the protesters alone, and the protesters would have overthrown the country. So is Trump that stupid that he believes the Iranians won't see through this and let it happen? Yes, he is that stupid. Look at his actions. They don't lie. Those were his actions. That's exactly what he was trying to do. Iran, you stay the heck out of it. Leave them alone. Yeah, well, Iran says to themselves, well, if we leave them alone, these are not peaceful protesters. They're too smart for that. They're confiscating weapons and killing our security forces. And it's just a matter of time till they're going to come here in Tehran and they're going to try to throw me out of a window or something, you know? So then Khomeini's thinking, well, got enough money to retire forever. Maybe I'll just run away and get myself a dacha in Moscow on a lake and go fishing. And no, he's not ready for that. He sees these people as inferior subhumans to him because he's a Satan bot, and he's going to come back after them. So where are we going with this? What's happening with these crazy people here? What are we doing? You know? Well, you see, Trump's a Satan bot, and he knows that Iran's Satan bot run, and they're fearful. They're not really Muslims, okay? They just say they are. He knows that. So he's thinking he can scare them. Now, the Iranians are a little bit more scared now than they used to be because they realized Trump was very, very close to striking them. He really was going to do a strike. He really, really was. And they know that. And they might have called Saudi up or had Russia call Saudi or something and tell them, you better get Trump to stop because if this goes down, your oil refineries are top on our list to destroy. And, you know, the Saudis, to them, the oil and the money from the oil is their lifeline. That's oxygen to them. They love money. They worship money. They're covetous beyond belief. To them, money is super important. And they're pig dictators. They got a list of enemies. You could, write an encyclopedia, enemies of Saudi Arabia, full of enemies. So it's not easy for them to just run away and go to Switzerland. They could wind up getting hit with, crimes against humanity in the courts and stuff like that. They're not friendly enough with Russia and China to go there. They basically got nowhere to go. So what are they doing? Well, They wanted it to stop. So then it looks like what Trump did is he's calling the more planes in, more troops in, and the aircraft carrier groups. So this could be a number of things. Number one, it could be Trump's afraid that Iran's going to try to close the Persian Gulf, or he wants to put Iran in a position where they're very scared and then really push the protesters, like the underground operatives tell the protesters, okay, now we got our aircraft carrier groups here, we're in position, we're ready for Iran, go out there. Now they might be stupid enough to believe him one more time and actually go out there. And it may work out for them. What Trump is really trying to do is make sure Iranian oil is not being sold through bricks off the US dollar. That's his main deal. Okay. And there's a lot of money to be had if you put the American oil companies back in control of the Iranian oil. There's good money for them, which means good money for Trump. So he's interested in that. So what happens when the carriers and the rest of the armaments are here? Well, he'll be negotiating with Iran, if they negotiate with him at all, which they may not. And the negotiations are going to go absolutely nowhere. And then what? Oh, negotiations break down. Oh, they're crazy. They won't cut back on their missiles. You see, Trump doesn't need them to stop their nuclear stuff right now. They don't have any nuclear bombs. He has to get their missiles stopped, and they're not going to do that. They're manufacturing missiles and drones wholesale as fast as they can. And they're selling oil with their disguised ships. And they're moving the money around. They're beating the sanctions, not entirely. Their business is probably down by half. But they're getting by, aren't they? Why do they keep paying Hezbollah $1,800 a month for thousands? They might be paying 25,000, 30,000 guys that much money instead of helping their own people, because their own people aren't going to do anything to protect them. Hezbollah will. It's always a fear that Hezbollah will attack Israel, and Hezbollah can attack Syria. And the Iraqis would attack Syria too. So Iran, Iraq, and the Hezbollah, and also the Houthis would attack Syria, and if Hamas could, they would. The plan there is to get Syria back under Iranian control. All right. So Trump has his aircraft carrier groups here, then what is he going to do? Jack up the protesters again. Then what? Well, in the meantime, Israel's probably going to start taking out targets in Iraq, and they're already taking out ISIS targets in Syria. They don't want Iran getting their hands on Syria, but Iran and ISIS are not friends at all. They're enemies. So Trump jacks up the protesters again. Iran starts hitting them in the head, beating them, poisoning them with gas, shooting them, throwing them off roofs, whatever. And then Trump says, blah, 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 blah. Now he goes in and he hits the police and he hits the IRGC. But what he also has to do is take out these missile cities. Now, if these things are between 200 and 300 feet of rock in the earth, what the heck is he going to do to take them out? I don't know. But let's see how many missile cities they have. Let's look this up. We can get a good idea. So, how many missile cities does Iran have now? Short answer. Iran has numerous underground missile bases all over the country, nearly every province and many cities, according to Iranian statements. Iranian officials have said they are unveiling new bases regularly, suggesting the total could be into the hundreds of individual sites. You see, this is a joke, okay? How do you take this out? There's no single, it's telling me there's no single number. We don't know, but it's massive. What Trump was probably hoping to do was get the protesters to eventually storm the missile cities or something and get the people out of there. I don't know how Trump's going to deal with this. 270 planes isn't going to do it. Let's say Israel can fly. We got about 350 different fighter jets combined, so maybe we could activate 150 at one time. And so that takes it to 420, and then figure that America will have another 100 planes here. So you got about 500 planes. So that's a lot of planes. Yeah. Now, in addition to that, Iran has a lot of mobile missile launchers. I'll explain. A truck, you got like a Peterbilt, truck with the motor, the cab, I guess you'd call it. And then you have a bed or that you're pulling a trailer, which is a missile launcher with a big missile on it, or maybe a double launcher. And you probably have another truck with radar and an operations center that goes with it. And it's in one location today, and then tomorrow morning it's in another location. Tomorrow evening it's somewhere else, and it keeps going to different locations. They could give it 20 different locations to rotate amongst in a random manner. It could also fire and then get lost. It sets up, it gets everything ready to go. Then it has to turn the radar on. Unless they're guiding it with some other method, then it wouldn't turn the radar on. Then they'd really have trouble getting it. It might be that they can't get really long-range missiles on mobile launches. Let's see if we get any intel on that. does the Iranians have long-range ballistic hypersonic missiles that could be launched from a mobile launcher? Iran is saying they have it, but we've never seen it in action, so we don't know. So that is just, we don't know. Maybe. My guess is likely, but how far it goes, we don't know. In other words, if it goes 300 miles, it's long range. You know, they can't get anywhere with 300 miles. Maybe if they took it to their edge of the Persian Gulf and shot it over to Qatar, it might reach or something. Okay. How far can the Iranian long-range hypersonic ballistic missiles travel, and at what rate of speed, and is this verified? Very short answer, please. In the 12-day war with Israel, what was the range of the missiles the Iranians were using, and at what speeds were they traveling? And what method were they using to guide or direct the missiles? Very short answers, please. Well, what these missiles were able to do was have a hypersonic glide. So they got them up in the air, they got them near Israel, then they sent them down, and with the falling of the gravity and the rocket engine, they were able to retain hypersonic speeds that way. Other than that, they were just running like ballistic missiles, not hypersonic. And this thing is saying that the range was up to 1,500 kilometers, which is a stupid answer. Um, Distance between Jerusalem and Tehran by air miles. Short answer. It gives me a conflict. It says 1,600 kilometers straight line distance between Jerusalem and Tehran. So by saying, 1,500 kilometers, I guess they did get missiles to come in and blow stuff up. So, yeah, that's so if you go with 1,500 kilometers, you got 900 miles. It's by 0.6. You take miles, and a kilometer is 0.6 of a mile. So, yeah. But does that mean that Iran could hit all over Europe and, I don't know. Let's see. Well, let's try this. What countries are within 900-mile by air strike distance of Iranian missiles? Short answer. Well, the countries that they could hit with a 900-mile range missile, Iranian, is Israel, Iraq, which they wouldn't hit, Syria, possible, unlikely, Lebanon, unlikely, Jordan, likely, Saudi Arabia, likely, Kuwait, likely, Qatar, likely, UAE, likely, but not that likely, Bahrain, yeah, maybe, Oman, unlikely, Turkey, unlikely, Azerbaijan, I'm not sure, Armenia, not sure, Georgia, not sure, but probably unlikely, Pakistan, that would be a real blow up. Afghanistan, that'd be a big blow up. Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan. Okay, that's quite a few countries. But I let's see, could they hit Europe? Could the Iranians hit any countries in Europe using a 900-mile range? Short answer. Nope, they can't. Uh, what range would Iran need to have on their missiles to hit some European countries? Short answer. Okay, Greece is 1,200 miles. Bulgaria, 1,300. Italy, 1700. That's far. Central Europe, like Germany, 2000. It doesn't look like they're going to get a. It doesn't look like they're likely to have a good shot at hitting Europe with any substance. Don't see it. Let me look at the live stream. So this thing is far from over. And what I think Netanyahu is really trying to say is, hey, Donald, you're not going to get anywhere with this, and Iran's going to unleash all over the world at everybody. And we're going to have our hands full. The Saudis will have their hands full. UAE, Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar. Get your forces here and then hit them, and they might be afraid to strike back. Or they might try just a limited counterattack. As soon as the Iranians hit that American building full of soldiers, or was full of soldiers that were evacuated, we don't know, in Qatar, Trump stopped the war. He got scared. Okay? So his generals are probably talking to him now. And they're probably shoring him up and telling him, hey, they're going to hit. What do you expect? So he's evacuating a lot of them. Israel's still on high alert. And Israel attacking Iraq is no coincidence. The reason we're attacking Iraq is because we know Iraq's going to join in the fight with Iran. Now, Yemen is going to attack too, but they're very unsuccessful in being able to deliver a potent attack. Okay, so I can't confirm that NATO moved any aircraft down here in the Middle East. I don't know. I don't know. Let me check something here. I do know none of the big news outlets said that NATO moved assets to the Middle East of any sort. So I know that much. Trump is talking like all the American, options are still on the table and stuff like that. Let me check this. I'm in social media for a second. But something could have happened. I don't think so. Trump told Giuliani that if he doesn't cut out the fighting with the Kurds, see, America likes the Kurds and Israel likes the Kurds in Syria. If he doesn't stop it, probably elsewhere too, if he doesn't stop it, Trump's going to reinstate the sanctions back on Syria. So you can rest assured that Giuliani is going to cut that out. I mean, I would be floored if Giuliani did not cut it out, Hang on a minute. Someone sent me an ad for an American Eagle, which is a 1 ounce silver round, and it's, I believe, in what's called proof, which is it's cut a little bit sharper than the others, and maybe has some polishing or a coating on it. And for that one coin, they're getting $179. No, $173. That you never want to buy numismatic coins for gold and silver. It's a waste of your time. What's an excellent buy is the junk silver. I think it's pre-65. The Mercury dime, the 10-cent piece, the Mercury dime, was, I think, 90% silver, and they wore down a lot. Like the facial head of Mercury got flattened out and stuff. And those are very good because if silver goes up, you're in very good status with that for buying things, for bartering, because it's a small piece of silver that people can look at and say, yeah, this is real. They don't have to send it to a lab or anything like that. If you try to do something with a 100-ounce bar of silver, people are going to want to take a sliver out and analyze it and weigh it and measure it and this and that. They're going to be all freaked out, put it on an x-ray or something. I don't know. They're going to be very nervous about it, So you don't want your stuff too big. And the problem with the gold coins is, well, we had new highs again for gold and silver. Yes, we did. I'll tell you what they are. I wrote it down. I don't know where it is. Let me find it. Where did it go? Most of the troops in the Middle East that Trump has most of them are staying in place. So he's not like evacuating out of the Middle East. You have to understand that. Don't take that the wrong way. I think that Trump today, now he could always change his mind, but I think today he's interested in bringing force in to try to see if he can get the Iranians to stand down. And let the protesters destroy Iran and overthrow the country. Now, why he thinks the Iranians are so stupid escapes me. I don't know why he thinks they're so stupid and he's going to pull the wool over their eyes like that. I don't know. It's not going to work. In Syria, the Giuliani militants, these are not his official army, but like his unofficial official army, are continuing to bomb the Kurds west of Aleppo. Or maybe it's actually his army now because he's bombing them. It might be actually Giuliani. And the Turks are helping them. The goal is to expel the Kurds from vast areas of territory in North Syria. So that's why Trump is threatening. He had harsh words with Turkey, and he's threatening Syria. Now, Syria is going to pretty much be in a bad way if they don't listen to him, because he'll put the sanctions back. Trump will do that in a heartbeat. My hands are too cold. There we go. Okay. Only 5 out of 87 UN human rights experts condemned the violent suppression of the protesters in Iran. So 82 thought it was just fine what went on in Iran, like shooting people in hospital beds trying to get medical treatment for gunshot wounds, stuff like that, right? The UN is a complete joke. Um, Here's the latest amounts of gold. Where gold hit a new high in the last 24 hours, $4,642. So it's beyond the 4,500 by a good hunk, $142 over. And silver went to 93.77. So silver's just about on the brink of hitting 100 without any major wars breaking out. So I'm watching a guy yesterday, and he's talking about, hamburgers used to be, and he quoted some ridiculous price. But let me explain it to you. The average price of a hamburger in a fast food joint today is the low in America. In America, is $5.60, all the way up to, I would say, 1960, 62, around that era. We used to go to White Castle hamburgers in the Bronx, New York City. And they had little hamburgers that were 12 cents each. They had a grill, a flat metal grill. They had little buns that were made out of air. They were about this, the buns in the burger were about like this. The burger was round, not exactly round, it was like squarish round, if that makes sense to you. And it was a fluffy bun, and the burgers were thin, and they were cooked on some sort of oil grease on the grill with rice. I'm pretty sure it was rice in there. I don't know what the rice did except perhaps retain the grease or the oil. I don't know. And it was called White Castle, and we used to kid around and say, well, let's go eat in Chateau Blanc, which is French for White Castle. Um, and kids would go there. Now, in the earlier days, like 57 maybe, they had car hops. Let me explain. You went to a drive-in White Castle. Now, I think they still had these in 60, 62, but they were cut down. Very few were still doing this in New York City. Where you went there and you pulled in with your car, and a gal would come out on roller skates. And roller skates, I'm serious. And you would roll your window down, and she would put a tray. No, she would come back with the tray. Sorry. You would roll your window down. She'd take your orders. So if there was 4 or 5 of us there, we would order like 25 or 30 hamburgers, more even. And then comes French fries, which I think were also 12 cents. And then they had a soda. And the soda was their best profit. The soda was probably 15 to 25 cents, depending on the size. And they probably made the most amount on the soda. So the car hop would come back perhaps with 2 trays or 3 trays. The windows would go down. So if it was in the winter, it wasn't the greatest idea to sit there with your window down, So you could put the tray would hook on the window. So you could, if it was cold or you were running air conditioning, you could take the food in and put it on the seats and put the window back up and stuff like that. But anyway, I remember we used to walk to one. It was, we were kids. It was about almost a mile walk, probably. But we didn't have nothing else to do. And New York City was relatively safe, 60, 62. We were not big kids, but we were street kids. We were streetwise. And we'd go in a small group, and we'd walk up there, and we'd order, because I was in a kosher neighborhood, and White Castle wasn't kosher, so they weren't going to be selling a lot of burgers in our neighborhood, okay? Uh, Down the road, maybe 10 years later, you had Burger King opened up, and they did pretty good when that happened. Okay. And then we had, what was the name of that? Chock full of nuts. I think that was the name of the place. Yeah, they had good coffee, cheap coffee. I think it was 10, 15 cents. It was a decent cup of coffee, no doubt about it. It wasn't any latte or, sophisticated fancy coffee with sweets in it. Just coffee, cream and sugar. That was it. And it was good. And they sold hot dogs way back when. They were a quarter, and today they're probably $4 or $10. I don't know. They were kind of squarish buns with the kind of squarish hot dogs. Were they really good hot dogs? No. Were they okay, kind of medium grade? Yeah, they were medium grade. They were okay. You could eat them. And they had the various condiments you could put on it, the relish. They had, I think, mustard, ketchup. Did they have sauerkraut? They probably did. I can't remember. Um, that was when our neighborhood was changing, and a lot of people moved away, and a lot of non-Jews were moving in the 70, I think, started around 72 or something, 74, right around 74, I guess it was shifted out, and we started having, a lot of people moving in that weren't Jewish, and that was when it was changing, and that's how New York was evolving for perhaps 100 years. People would elevate out of the poor immigrant neighborhoods to better neighborhoods. Not that they had high crime back then. That wasn't the reason. They would move where they could get a private house or nicer apartments, or they go to the suburbs or stuff like that. A lot of guys would put up with a commute from the suburbs to keep their family out of the city. So somebody could have a house, if they'd have a private house, which is much better than living in a hole-in-the-wall apartment. And a lot of people could get a swimming pool, although most people didn't bother with it because of the winters. But, you got a lot of problems with your pool in the winter, so you got to treat the water because you got freezing there. So you really should empty your pool, and that's no mean feat to empty a swimming pool. And people don't. If you're in an area where you don't have temperatures like, in the Fahrenheit scale, you get 0 in New York, no problem, or plus 5 or 10 degrees easy at night, and so anyway, they move away. So that was what went on. Anyway, so what do you do? 93.77 for silver. That was another high. So what do you do if you were some of the people that listen to me and you're holding? Well, if you sell it for the sake of selling it, what are you going to wind up with? Worthless paper money, right? Soon to be worthless when the wars break out. So that's not a good advantage. But if you need to, let's say, buy a new car because your old one is constantly hitting you with repairs and breaking down, or you don't have one, well, that's an interesting consideration that you might want to take seriously, because you could look at this and you make your life a lot easier and better. You can do that. Um, if you had some medical need, you could do that. Probably most of you don't, but some of you might. Um, Teeth or some with the eyes or whatever, you know, maybe some podiatrist stuff or I don't know, you know. What else can you do? Um, Maybe you need a new bed, or your dog or cat needs some vet treatment that's costly or something like that, you know. Okay. But just to go sell it and say, I took my profits and I'm holding money, yeah, it's not good. So back to the hamburgers, 12 cents. And today, the cheapest fast food burger you're going to get is $5.60. Now, I believe the $5.60 burger is a bigger burger than what we were getting for 12 cents, but you could see how prices have really soared. And if you take those kind of formulas and you put it to silver, you might see silver hit $1,000. Do I really think it'll get that high? No, I don't. But I'm looking at $300 now. A few good wars, we might hit 300 on silver. Could it hit 1,000? Yeah. What would gold have to do for it to hit the 300? Pretty much not much of anything. Silver goes to 6,000, maybe 5,000, 6,000. All is really, gold doesn't even have to get any higher for it to hit 300. Just people's attention has to shift to silver more. Now, when I was first starting to tell you guys about it, I think silver was $16, $17 an ounce, something like that. And when I bought this thing, which I have the shamar put on, I was paying $4 and change an ounce. $4 and change. Now it's 93, so it went up by $90. See, it could go to 300, no problem. If you see your oil going at 2 to 300, I think you're going to see silver immediately. I mean, beyond a doubt at 150, I would say. So if silver does hit $300 an ounce and you're running around with 1 ounce rounds of silver, for barter, it's only good when you're buying, you know, it's, if you're spending on high-end things, it's good. But if you get those mercury dimes, it's probably going to be like, you know, one of those will be worth $20 or something. And it's more easy to negotiate with that. Well, you need 1 ounces and that also. So it's a good idea to have some of the smaller ones. Of course, what'll happen is people will cut the silver dollars in half, and then they'll cut them in half again. And you'll be able to look at how they were cut and, you know, get some sense of the credibility of it. You also be able to see in the edges of it to make sure it's not, you know, full of lead in the center. So, you know, how could you do that? Well, there's a lot of ways you could do it. A hacksaw is probably the best way. A little vice or a sawzall or an angle grinder or anything like that. You need a vise pretty much for You can't hold it with your hand if you're using an angle grinder or a sawzall or something like that. You might be able to cut them with the shears. I have a titanium set of shears. They're about 10, $12. But that titanium isn't really that hard. If you could get a grade 5 titanium shears, that would really cut through it. That's about 3 times harder than stainless steel. You'd have to ask around for some kind of tool that would be good for it. A shears might work, but I'd be pretty careful about not holding it in my hand. I'd want to have it in a vise. But a hacksaw in a pinch would do it without a problem. It wouldn't take a long time to hacksaw through the silver. Just, you know, every time you did a stroke, you'd be advancing. You know, silver's soft, so you'd be able to get through it. You'd need to have a bunch of hacksaw blades. If you had a bunch of coins, you were going to cut because it eventually wear the blade out. So I don't know if we're going to see $300, but it looks like it's possible. And people are saying that when the show starts, the oil stopping at $300 a barrel may not be the case. It's people that say it could start hitting 500 because of the fear. People are going to be sitting there saying, well, silver, oil's going to go to 900 a barrel, and people are going to get scared and they're going to buy future delivery options at 500, and if it never gets that high, they'll never execute the option, but you don't know. If you told me a year ago that silver would hit $93 without any big major wars, I wouldn't know what to say. I wouldn't believe it. So maybe it would go to 1,000. Like I say, my reflexes are I don't believe it, but I'm starting to think that 150 to 300, well, is very, very realistic. I think fighting with Iran could get silver to 150. A few other good wars, get you there. There's a lot of things. I have an old ballpoint pen where the case is made out of silver. Silver was cheap. People were making all sorts of, things like ballpoint pens out of silver. Silverware. You know how many sets of silver there are in America that are, pure silver? Forks, spoons, teaspoons, tablespoons, knives, tons. They're all over America, real silverware. And, it weighs many pounds when you pick it up. So these people got a massive amount of money in these silverware sets now. And nobody, it's not going to trade for useful silverware ordinarily because people weren't going to spend that much. They'll just get stainless steel, But you could sell it as scrap silver for sure and get that, they just weigh it and buy it from you. So there's tons of people that got that. I don't know what it must be. They got several pounds of silver. They might have, a set might have 10 pounds. So a pound is 16 ounces. So you might have, you got $16,000 for a tray of silverware that you spent, $200 or $300 on 30, 40 years ago. And seriously, people used to buy in the hippie days, they made rings out of silverware. They cut pieces of forks and spoons off and they just wrapped them around to make a circle. And the people put it on their finger. It was stylish. You put it on your finger. It was all silver. And they used to sell them at flea markets for, I don't know, $1, $2, $1.50, something like that. I think they were $1. And today it'd be, at least $93 worth of silver. It weighed at least an ounce. It'd probably be $180 or something. It's crazy, It's gone absolutely insane. And it's not finished. It's not finished yet. It wouldn't, to see silver triple with an Iran crisis, with closing the Persian Gulf. $250, $300 for silver. I don't see a problem there. And again, I wouldn't see a problem with $7,500 to $10,000 gold. But things can get worse. What if the Middle East lights up, and Europe lights up with Russia, and China and North Korea start in Asia? Oh man, you'll see currencies collapsing, and you might see $25,000 in gold. I don't know, because currency's worth nothing. That's why it'll go up, because nobody wants the currency anymore. And then what would silver? The silver would be hundreds. So you actually could see a day where you could go buy yourself, let's say, a Harley Davidson motorcycle with a 1 ounce, or a car, a compact car, a new one. If any of you wanted to buy a house, what I would suggest you might want to look at is these shipping container houses. Take a 40-foot container and you could put them together. You got 8 feet by 8 feet, by 40. So you got 320 square feet, which isn't much. Okay. 2 of them is 640. Now, that's in America like a 1-bedroom apartment in a complex, okay? It'd be adequate for one person, maybe a couple even. But when you put a third one in and you go to 960, now you got a reasonably comfortable place for 2 people, even with a kid or 2. But if you go to the 4th one, now you're at almost 1,300 square feet. Now you got a roomy place. That's a very good size apartment, okay? Very good size. 4 people, no problem. So you put 2 of these things on the bottom, these containers, and you can cut the walls out of the containers and weld them together, so it's just one big area without any doors and stuff like that. So what you would have downstairs, if you put 2 of them together, is a very large open living room, and then another area is the dining room, another area is the kitchen, that type of thing, right? And you have a family area. So it's like living in a loft. Or you could leave the walls out and just open yourself up a nice, 6 or 8 foot area where you can walk through and, cut it up in sections. Okay. And then you put a staircase in and you go upstairs, and then they make it, and they make the bedrooms for you upstairs, and then put bathrooms in. So you would put a bathroom in upstairs, I think, and you would put probably a full bath up there where the bathrooms are, and put another one downstairs. Maybe you would, depending how many people are going to live in the place, you might want a full bath downstairs, or just a half bath, a sink and a toilet. If it's 2 people, you can deal with it that way easily. And the thing's made out of heavy steel, okay? And they sand all the rust off, and they put a primer on it, and they put paint on it so it'll last you for 40 years or something. And you could always repaint it as time rolls on. And you got to put it elevated so you don't flood. So you could put it on a concrete base and bring it up a foot, or if you want, you could bring it up 3 or 4 feet if you're really worried about flooding, and have a staircase to get in, or you could just bring it up, a foot or 18 inches and have 1 or 2 steps to get in. And what does this do? Well, it's made out of solid steel. So they put windows in it, okay? But what you could have them do is leave the metal and hinge it. So in other words, your window's there, but you open the hinge, or you could have it hinged from the bottom. It just flops down. So if there's going to be a hurricane or a strong storm, you could take that metal, that where they cut the hole in the window at, the metal is still there. You flip it up, put some latches on inside or something to lock the window in place. Okay? So you cover up your glass windows with the metal. So that would give you storm protection beyond belief. The container is going to be, riveted into the concrete, so it ain't going anywhere, and it's awfully heavy. Okay? It's not fiberglass, it's steel. It's awful heavy. It ain't going anywhere that easily, especially when you got them stacked and you got them riveted into the ground. And if you've got civil disturbances in the area, you have a steel door that it'll probably stop a bullet, a pistol bullet anyway, man, some rifles. And you close those windows. So you want to make sure that you can cover the thing up with steel. If I was going to do one in Israel, I'd want it like that, because you're also getting yourself a bomb shelter. Bomb shelters are not going to work that well if you get a direct hit, okay? Especially a big bomb, okay? In the old days, if you got a Katusha, which had maybe, 6, 8, 10-pound warhead or 15-pound warhead, it might take a direct hit. But it's really designed to take a hit nearby, so the shrapnel or the blast force doesn't get you, and also sustain a small explosive. So how would this do with a small explosive? Probably reasonably well, I don't know. There's things you could do to it to make it more safe in Israel. Like what? Well, you're going to have 2 flat roofs on there, right? So what you could do is put some concrete up on your roof with rebar, so if something hits it, it likely will hit it on the roof, right? And it'll blow up on the concrete. Even if you put a foot of concrete in there, 12 inches with rebar, with reinforcement of very dense, heavy concrete, the weight's not going to be too much for the container because they stack other containers on top of containers, so the weight won't bother it. This you could probably, if you wanted to, put concrete on there and then put uh, put wood on there and have or whatever you want to do. It's not going to be very difficult. You and you got a foot of concrete. That's going to stop a lot of damage from missiles and stuff like that. Then if you're downstairs, it's good. The missile has to go through and how much would it cost to put a foot of concrete on that pit? It's nothing. It's got to penetrate the concrete, then it's got to penetrate that first roof of the container, the steel, which is pretty thick steel. Then it's got to go through the floor of that container, then it's got to go through the roof of the other container and then get you. I don't think most of the missiles coming in are going to do that. Then you got to worry about the getting a side hit, which is, I don't know how you're going to stop that unless you put some sort of an awning on it made out of metal, and it would hit that, But if you want to have sliding glass doors, you could still do that. Just save the metal and have it put in a groove, so you could slide it back and put a lever in there or something, lock it in place. There's a lot of things you can do with that. If you live in Israel and you got a lot of problems, plus if you're getting invaded, you can lock in there and stuff like that. Or if you had to evacuate your house and you wanted to keep your stuff intact, you could lock the place up like that, and it'd be a pretty good job to break into it, So, if you're alone at night and you go to sleep, there's a reasonably good chance nobody's coming into your house. You can close those windows with the metal and nobody's getting in. What are they going to do? You can't, while you're sleeping, take a sawzall and, they're not going to do that. So you can, and they're not that much money, and they come with insulation, and you can get flooring, and they put plumbing in and electric in there. And if you put 4 of them together, you have yourself a reasonably decent size house that's very sturdy and durable, and would sustain a lot if there's riots and stuff like that. If they try to burn your house, how are they going to burn a metal container? They have to bring the fuel and build a campfire, and that even wouldn't burn it. It would heat you out probably, but, you're not going to get the thing to burn. Now, if you bring a big torch, you can cut a hole in the house. How many people do you know carry big torches around with them? I'm talking a big torch, Nobody. So, you can, it's got interesting advantages. So, you could tell them, they decorate it the way you want, and then they'll put in a refrigerator, a stove, toilet, shower, bathtub, windows, air conditioning, heat, televisions, cupboards, To some point, it's like living in a mobile home, but not really, because it's so much bigger. So it's an interesting thing, People can get them if you want to live with a minimal house. You can get one container, and you knock a few windows in it. And, you basically in the back you'll have your bedroom, and then you'll have a bathroom with a shower and a toilet, and then you'll have a small kitchen, and you'll have a dining area and maybe a little living room thing. Everything will be miniaturized, and then you could make sliding glass doors and have an awning, made out of plastic or something, and have a slab of concrete next to it that you could sit outside under the awning and barbecue and You could have a garden, uh, but it's going to be pretty small with one of these things. Livable. It'd be, again, around, because you're going to lose space, about 300 square feet. That's pretty small. But if you put two of them together, you get to 600, and that's like a decent, even a two-bedroom apartment could be 700 feet. Okay, so you can go to two of them, and you'd be, I'd say, pretty comfortable even for two people. And you could throw dogs in there. Well, the dogs wouldn't mind it. And you got to get a piece of land. You buy a piece of land, and you got to get it patched in for sewage and water and electricity and stuff like that. Although you could run solar if you wanted to. You could put the panels up on the roof of the thing. You just run them all up and down the roof, and you probably would have enough solar to run your place pretty darn well. But if you're going to go off the grid with no electricity, just solar, well, in the winter months, you got to be careful or you have nothing. Um, an interesting idea. I'll be right back. No. Now, if you got a metal mobile home and you were getting riots in the area or society broke down and people were coming to loot and stuff, and you felt it was time to go on high alert, you close most of the windows in the house by putting the metal back and having levers you control from inside that lock it in. And you keep the door closed, the heavy metal one, and I don't know who the heck's going to try to break in, but what you can do is have a few strategic portholes put into place, which are holes like this, where the metal swings away when you open it, and when you go back and lock it in place, the metal is still there. And you could shoot out with a pistol or a shotgun with minimal risk to yourself. But you have to be careful about insulation with that. But, you can do small ones. That way you don't have to open a door or a window. And so you could build them. You could put 4 containers flat if you wanted to. And you have a ranch style house. You just connect doors. You slice doors inside to travel through the place. Or you could put 2 on the ground and 2 on top of it. Have a duplex. Or you can, I don't know why you'd want to do it, but you could probably stack 4 of them up there with staircases and have yourself a 4-plex, but that sounds stupid. You're going up the steps all day. These things are really sturdy, There's other things you could do. You could build houses out of dirt, stuff like that. But the container is pretty luxurious, though, Because these people figure out how to fix them up. You can move in. There's other things you could do, like get an old school bus that's converted. But how long? I don't know. I think this is more stable. The school bus is on a suspension, so eventually the suspension and the shocks may freeze or break. I don't know. I think these things are make more sense, and even if you're not going to turn it into a fort, you just want to have regular glass windows in the thing. It's it's a nice thing, and even if you just put 2 of them together and you have yourself a patch of land and you have sliding glass doors where you could go outside, and it's like living outside. Inside, put a fence around your property for more privacy, visual privacy and stuff. And, you could let the dogs go in and out because there's a fenced yard, or you could spend time outside. You can put in a jacuzzi, or, if you got kids, you can get an above ground swimming pool. You just got to make sure the kids never go in it when you're not there. For yourselves, you can get a jacuzzi, like I said. You could build yourself a patio on the roof, and you can sit outside when the weather allows. It's an interesting. It's an interesting thing, If I had the money, I'd probably do it. Okay. So should you buy into gold and silver now? Well, the problem with that, guys, is buying in now could be scary because it could have severe drops. When I was telling people to buy like silver at 16, 17, 20, how far down would it go? It had industrial uses. I mean, maybe it would go down to $10 or something, or 9 or 10. It wouldn't go down that far, and then come back. But you could buy silver at 93, and they could be manipulating the market, and it could go down to 60 or something, and it may stay there for a while. And I don't know what to tell you. It's probably not a bad idea to buy some, but I don't know what to tell you. I can't, it's up to your circumstances and stuff like that. People are asking me questions. I'm getting questions about Aliyah again. Some guy is telling me that he got discriminated against by getting beat up for being a Jew, and he wants political asylum in Israel, and they turned him down, and he's trying to appeal it. I have to admit, it was a very good idea, and the whole thing with Aliyah is political asylum or physical asylum. But Netanyahu really screwed it up, okay? He really cut it down. He pinched it. He didn't want him coming, based on his actions. He never said that, but based on his actions, I would have to agree that that is what happened. And the ultra-Orthodox don't want anybody coming here but other ultra-Orthodox. Or perhaps they'd make room for very serious Orthodox, but they don't want any part of anything. If you're not into the Talmud and, dressing the part and acting the part, they don't want any part of it. So they're really an enemy. Jacked up food prices up 35%. I don't think it's that high. I think it's probably around 20%, give or take, something like that. That's still significant. And, they're making a monopoly out of it, and that's completely wrong, and Netanyahu let him do it. So if you're going to make Aliyah with Netanyahu at the reins, which is he's a horrible leader, in my opinion, what you got to get a rabbi from a list of rabbis abroad, which I think are ultra-Orthodox, to say that you're born of a Jewish mother, i.e. you're Jewish. The Bible goes by the father, not the mother, but the rabbis go by the mother. All right. So the first thing for this fake Israel, which I consider Israel to be a fake Israel since 1948, because it certainly isn't run by men of God, it's run by men of the enemy. So the S-bots. So what's the deal? You got to get one of these rabbis to certify that you're born of a Jewish mother. Now, I think in many countries, if you go to a rabbi that's not ultra-Orthodox, just Orthodox, in other words, like he's not Reformed Jew, or he's not any of these other types of Jews that they don't like. He's an Orthodox, which doesn't mean he wears a black shirt and a white coat. He probably isn't on the list, but he knows one who is, and they might work with him or something like that, okay? Or you can go to Nefesh B'Nefesh, which is what the Israeli government prefers you do. Go to Nefesh B'Nefesh in your own country and tell them you want to move to Israel, and they talk to you about it, and they tell you how to assemble the paperwork and what you need and how to do it, and they process it for you, and then they push it all the way to you becoming a citizen. And when you fly into Israel, they will pay for your flight, and they meet you in Israel and give you your ID card already, because they took the picture in America apparently, and it's ready to go. But they won't give it to you till you're in Israel. Then if you pay extra, they'll give you a passport. And that takes, 10 days or something like that. They won't give you the passport unless you have an address in Israel. Okay, so that knocks a lot of people out of the box, and I don't know how to tell you to get around that. A lot of people are of the opinion that they're Jewish, and I'm not here to lie and tell them they're liars. I don't know if they are or they aren't. How would I know? But and there's no contact with any synagogues. Um, and if the mother is deceased and she's buried in a Orthodox Jewish cemetery, every Orthodox Jewish cemetery has a rabbi. And if you get him to issue some type of certificate, which he probably will, that your mother is born here, and it'd be by implication that she's Jewish, and you just tell the guy you're going to make Aliyah, and he'll know what you need. And if he wants to cooperate with you, he'll write the right letter. And that very often proves your mother is Jewish. Now if you were bar mitzvahed in a synagogue and you get the bar mitzvah certificate from an Orthodox rabbi, they'll probably count that. Okay, so during the Netanyahu years, I believe it's during his years, there was I think before he was here, there was a court case in the Supreme Court of Israel, the High Court, and the decision was that if you are a Messianic, in other words, a believer in Yeshua, or in English, Jesus, you're still Jewish. They tried to concoct this thing that you weren't Jewish. So in other words, God made you Jewish, and then the people in Israel, the politicians and the rabbis, decided to make you not Jewish. Well, since they didn't make you Jewish, how could they make you un-Jewish? They can't. Okay? So the Supreme Court ruled that way. Then the people here in Israel are taught that Yeshua is an evil thing, and they're trying to, the Christians are trying to evangelize the country of Israel and stop it from being a Jewish country. I'm completely unaware of anything like that, but they believe it. They would, if the church ever did do that, which they wouldn't, they don't do very much of anything, do they? They would tell the people that they're Jewish and Yeshua is their Messiah, and they've come home and they're still Jewish, they're not Christian. They don't understand it. And they also don't understand the difference between a Catholic, a Greek Orthodox, a Russian Orthodox, a Messianic Jew, a Baptist, a evangelical, a Pentecostal. They don't know the difference. Okay? It's all the same thing to them. Jesus, Yeshua, they don't know the difference. So what they do nowadays, I don't know when this started, 15, 25 years ago, I don't know when. They started asking the people making Aliyah, did you now or at any time ever believe in Jesus or Yeshua? And if you say yes, they immediately deny your application for citizenship. And then, now this, I'm not a lawyer, this is my understanding of how it works, and I could be wrong, okay? So if you're going to pursue this, I'm not, I'm just telling you how I understand it, okay? Then you have to get a lawyer, and you have to sue them because it's illegal for them to do this. But Netanyahu lets it continue year after year after year after year. And I understand that the lawyers' bills could run to about $80,000. And I also understand, but I don't know how true it is, that after about 2 years of this, if they don't break you with legal bills, they offer you the chance to become, they just tell you, we'll drop the case, but you can't be a citizen. You could be a permanent resident. Because as a permanent resident, some of your rights are diminished. Owning real estate is diminished to some extent, and you don't get to vote. And a lot of people do that, and other people don't. And the other people that don't, generally, they'll throw the towel in towards the end, or they might actually take you to court, and you'll win. The judges probably scream and yell at them, so they probably don't like going to court. They probably just throw the towel in at the last minute and don't show up or something like that. I don't know. And then the judge just awards in your favor, which takes a few minutes, and that's the end of it. Then you could go back and be a citizen. The that's what they do. Now, if you get rid of Netanyahu, see, the two ultra-Orthodox parties, United Torah Judaism and Shas, are very against Christians. And they don't believe a Jew can be a Christian, or that's what they teach. They're espots, of course, but they don't, that's the position they have, because Satan's afraid of believers in the land. So you'd have a very hard time of it. It would take years. You would be able to, your lawyer would be able to easily make a case to get you to stay here during the process. That would be rather easy. And they would be forced into doing that through the courts, and you would be here until the case settled. And if you lost the case, you'd probably have 2 weeks or 30 days or something to leave or appeal it or whatever, and then you probably would never lose the case unless your Judaism was in question. Okay? So that's what they do, and I think if you got rid of Netanyahu and his Likud party, and they weren't associated with the ultra-Orthodox, you would probably wouldn't have this going on, because the Supreme Court is the law of the land, and it said that you're Jewish, and then they try to say you're not, which is just simple harassment to deter the number of people coming over here. And then they start with giving the ultra-Orthodox the power to determine if you're Jewish or not. So if they were not allowed to say you're not Jewish because you're a believer in the New Testament or something like that, or in Jesus or Yeshua, then they would have to start attacking your lineage, which could easily be done by them. They would just keep going back in your lineage and say, well, while your mother appears Jewish, and your grandmother, that's based on your great-grandmother, and we don't think your great-grandmother was Jewish, and based on what? Well, we don't know she was or wasn't, so we'll assume she wasn't, and, things like this they'll do. They're nasty. If you go and dress up in a black coat and you go hang out with them in the synagogues for 4 or 5 years, and they know who you are, and you put up with their madness, and then you want to move to Israel, you're going to need their permission. They're going to tell you, well, no, we don't think you should go to Israel. Or they might let you go, but they'll say, well, how are you going to make a living? Stuff like this. So then if they did decide to let you get into Israel, because they have 15 seats in the Knesset, they would push you through. It would probably only take you a few days. I don't know for sure, but I imagine it'd be a piece of cake to get citizenship through them. if you're one of them. All the times I went into the immigration office in my life, once I saw one of them in, oh, no, I'm sorry, in Jerusalem, you do see them in the office. I have been there. Yeah, they go there. Up in Tiberias, I only saw one Orthodox Jew in the immigration office ever. They probably go to the Jerusalem place or something. I don't know what they do. But so, how many Messianics make Aliyah? Almost none. Now, I've had people tell me that they use Nefesh B'Nefesh and they never asked them about Yeshua or Jesus. Now, I never had anybody I really knew. So there's a lot of Satan bots that are false believers that come to Israel and impersonate being Jews. This is common, I think. And I don't know how they do it, corruption or I don't know what it is, but he could have been a liar. And he could have just, when they asked him, did you ever believe in Yeshua? He said, no, I don't do that. I said, okay, we got to ask, we're sorry. And then they might make inquiries if you're in Atlanta. They might try to see if you're active in any Messianic congregations in Atlanta. Do they have sleepers that go into the Messianic congregations? I don't know. Maybe, who knows? I don't know. Probably not, but I don't have any idea. They may do things to try to figure out if people go to these, who they are and stuff like that, I would say if you were going to make Aliyah, definitely never talk about it with anybody in any Messianic congregation. And I would keep my mouth shut in general and not talk about it to anybody. Unless you really had to, I'd keep it real quiet and then just quietly slip away. But I don't know what Nefesh B'Nefesh does. I know there's a lot of Russians in Israel that are believers, and they got over here years ago, so they probably weren't asked the question. I don't, for a million years, they never asked anybody about it. So that's what I would. That's what I would say about that. So it's probably not going to change till we see Elijah start working openly in Malachi 3, and I'm pretty sure he's not going to put up with this. What else? That's really the state of the art on this. Now I know a few years ago, Ben Gvir and Smotrich were trying to get a bill in that if you mentioned the name Yeshua or Jesus within earshot of a minor, you would get 90 days in jail, I think it was. 90 days for mentioning the name. They're trying to blot his name out. Netanyahu didn't let that go through. Netanyahu tells people he's that Christians is the best place for Christians in the Middle East. This is where Christians could be free and stuff like that. And look what he does to the Messianics, which they call Christians. Do you see the hypocrisy here? Do you see what a liar Netanyahu is? Okay. Yeah, we're friendly with Christians as long as they're not Jewish. Then we hate their guts. You see it? By telling them they can't come to Israel, what they're saying, see, to make Aliyah, the criteria to get into Israel was that they used Hitler's criteria to put you in a concentration camp and kill you. The same criteria would be what you needed to get into Israel. Now, when Israel first started, They never asked for this, give me a letter from a rabbi stuff. Most of the people probably didn't have a rabbi. So what they had the people do was come and make a declaration. I hereby declare I am Jewish, or my mother was Jewish, and I'm Jewish, and that's it. That went on for many, many years. So how many people here are in Israel that are not Jewish, just said they're Jewish? I don't know. I have no idea. Do I think it's substantial? Probably, but I don't know the numbers. I don't know. I don't see any reason to think this is likely to change anytime soon. Most of the people that live in Israel don't give a hoot about it one way or the other. Now, if one of your grandparents is Jewish, you can come here. So there are people that have come based on a grandparent, and they're not considered Jewish because they tell them they're not Jewish. But my grandparent was Jewish, and they get in and they get a permanent residency, not a citizenship. And I think some of them have gotten citizenships. Yeah. There are people that live in Israel that are just here on expired visas that are years and years expired, and they just stay here and they don't get thrown out. They could get thrown out, but they don't get thrown out, and I don't advocate that whatsoever. That's not God opening the door for you to move to Israel in my book. That's something else. That's weird. I don't think you should ever do that. But people do it. I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's a bad idea. They rent houses and they stay here and they don't have papers and they can't get a bank account easily at all. And I don't know how they come and go. They can't. They could renew their American passport, I suppose. But if they leave Israel, let's say they want to go back to America and they leave Israel, then when they leave, they're going to say, wow, you overstayed your visa, and they'll hit you with a big fine. And they likely will tell you that you can't come back for 2 years or maybe 10 years or whatever they want to do. Or they may do nothing. I don't know. They may do nothing, and then when you try to come back one day, they may give you 2-week visa or a 30-day visa or something like that. I don't know. It's a black box. You don't know what they'll do, and it varies depending on wars, tourism, the economy, and I don't know who the administration is. I know for a brief period of time, about a year, Naftali Bennett was prime minister during the Netanyahu reign of terror. And it's not a reign of terror, but he's just a horrible person towards us in Israel. And they loosened up from, the word I got is things that immigration loosened up nicely for those times. But then it got tight again. Bennett wasn't friendly with the ultra-Orthodox. So I think he was trying to strip them of their right to declare food kosher and stuff like that. They bothered people. There's Israelis here, and they're born here. And their parents are born here, and then they go to get married. And then they got to get permission from the rabbis to get married. And then the rabbis say, well, we don't know you're Jewish. We can't marry you in Israel. Now, that's because the grandparents came here, and the mother and father were born here, and they were born here. And they pull that on them, and they say, if you want to get married in Israel, you have to convert. And it'll take you 2 or 3 years to go through the conversion. Do you see what they do? And Netanyahu supports this activity on the part of the ultra-Orthodox. You see how sick he is? Netanyahu is an ill person in the head. He's completely whacked out in his mind. He's nuts. Believe me, Netanyahu is a whack job. Okay? He doesn't even know what he is. Okay? So he's nuts. And this is what they do to Israelis. These are not messianics. These are people that have been here and their parents have been here their whole lives, and they pull this on them. For money. What do you think they do it? For money. And if you decided, well, I want to get on the right side of this thing, and I'll become an ultra-Orthodox, first of all, your life would become miserable. You would not be a happy camper at all. And you'd be told what to do about everything in your life. Everything would be horrible. And when you went to them and started trying to join them, they would pull the same crap on you. Well, we don't think you're Jewish. You have to convert. See, they consider non-believing Jews as historical Jews, not real Jews. And they're run by Satan bots, obviously. So what non-Satan, I mean, all religions, when you start seeing them dressed in black and white, it's Satan bots, right? Come on. That's easy. You don't need a lot of to figure that out. Okay. This is crazy. The pro-Iranian militia forces in Iraq are talking about, there's a new government that just took over. They're talking about surrendering their weapons to the new government. I don't know what kind of game they're trying to run on people. It's just confusing to me. I think it's just like Hamas, blah, 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 and they do nothing. So this is what the reports from Iran are saying. A new wave of protests has begun in several cities, and one is called Loristan and a province. Another in the cities of Mashhad, Basht, Tehran, and Karaj, alongside funerals for those killed, and they're having protests at the same time or something like that. The 30-day memorial ceremonies for the dead are, in most places, the peak point of the protests. So it started up again, and so did the atrocities against the protesters. And Trump doesn't want to talk about it because there's nothing he could do about it. He led the protesters astray, can't bail him out. And the woman in Venezuela gave him her Nobel Prize medal, and he took it. So the word was he was peeved at her for getting the Nobel Prize, not him. So I think he told her, give me your Nobel Prize and I'll move you up in the government in Venezuela, and she did it. Trump's like a child, but a mentally ill child. Numerous reports indicate an expansion of calls for demonstrations against the regime during nighttime hours. Strikes continue in many areas. Maybe it's harder for them to snipe at night because the Iranians might not have night optics. Might be the case. Some markets, including the Rasht City market, have been set on fire. This is after Trump told you everything's okay, and destroyed. The market was destroyed, and eyewitnesses report that the regime's suppression forces, that's a good saying, huh? Set fire to the Rasht market to block escape routes of the protesters and then opened fire on their own citizens. So it's still going on in Iran, and Trump knows it. And Trump knows there was probably a good 20 to 50,000 people killed. And Trump is just not going to talk about it. That's the reality of it. He's responsible for them dying for nothing, for leading them on like that. Yet he shakes this woman down for her Nobel Peace Prize. The woman gets a stipend of money every year for getting the Nobel Peace Prize. I don't think Trump took her money. The energy crisis in Iran is bad for water and electricity, and the lack of internet. Government offices are disrupted, not working right. I guess some of these offices use electricity and the internet. The situation in Iran, starting at about 1700 hours, early evening, resembles martial law. I don't think they have the term martial law in Iran. IRGC reconnaissance drones are flying around all over the place in Iran. And they're trying to isolate, if they see a protest brewing, then they dispatch thugs to go over there and hurt the people. How many people were arrested is unclear. How many Iran arrested? We don't know. There were those 800 that they planned on hanging, and I think there were others also. Lindsey Graham, I believe, is in Israel now. He's worried, for one thing, about Turkey supporting the purge against the Kurds. He doesn't like that. The Kurds are guarding prisons in Syria where 9,000 of the most dangerous ISIS operatives are held. Lindsey Graham fears a situation in which the current Syrian government or the Turks would replace the Kurds in this mission, since then those ISIS operatives might return to the battlefield. So they put Shiite Muslims in charge or something like that, and then you got them loose again, going on the rampage, killing. But I don't think. Well, we got to see how that turns out. It's not good. The Giuliani government in Syria is, I believe, friendly towards the ISIS. Heavy transport planes of the C-17A type from the U.S. Army are making their way from Western Europe to the air base at Diego Garcia. Well, that could be Ramstein or the UK or I don't know where. See, I don't think Trump's done with this yet. I think he's just beefing up. He got scared. But I don't think he still understands the Middle East. I don't think he's teachable. Khomeini armed forces are going around from neighborhood to neighborhood, terrorizing civilians, threatening to tell anyone who comes out at night. They're just scaring them. Oh, you better not protest or we'll shoot you, or whatever they're saying. So things did not improve. They're just shining Trump on. I put this on my Telegram, footage from last night in Dezhul, Iran. The massacre continues in full swing. It was a video of the massacre going on. Of course, you're never quite sure that it's a current video, but from the guy that posted it, I'm pretty sure it was current. He's pretty good. Curiously, America warned airlines about military action over Latin America. I don't think they declared a NOTAM, but they're warning them. So I don't know exactly what countries it didn't state. The other thing that's a little bit concerning about Saudi Arabia, just a little bit, is they're talking with Egypt and Somalia to make a military coalition. Now, Somalia is where Israel is recognizing Somaliland as a separate nation, and I think Israel's the only one. And they want to bring the Gazans out of Gaza, pay them to move to Somaliland and get rid of them that way. And Saudi Arabia is quite opposed to this, and they're trying to form a defense coalition with Egypt and Somalia, which would, I believe, be against Israel. So Saudi Arabia is really getting more and more of a vested interest against Israel, aren't they? They're not good warriors at all. they're, they're a bunch of losers, a bunch of nincompoops. They have foreigners run their oil for them. Foreigners run their medical for them. Foreigners do their architect work. They're just idiots. I'll be right back.
Not too sweet.
What?
I said those are not too sweet. And Shoshana
Oh, they're over sweet.
Shoshana says they're not like a regular donut.
They're not very good. All right, let's go to Ezekiel 8 to 11 and quickly go through end times doctrine that the church never talks about. Go find somebody in Instagram or Twitter or anywhere on the internet teaching Ezekiel 8 to 11. Go find it. You won't. It's a very, very important set of scriptures, and they just refuse to talk about it because they don't want you to know about it. Okay? That's the only reason why they don't teach it. All right, they know about it. I don't know if we'll have time to go through all of it, but we'll go through some of it anyway. Ezekiel 8 is rather important. And this is going to teach you about the glory of God of Israel, the next temple, and it's really looking at Zechariah 14 and Ezekiel 38, 39 from another direction. And it came to pass in the 6th year, in the 6th month, in the 5th day of the month, I sat in my house, and the elders of Judah sat before me, that the hand of the Lord, of the hand of Adonai Yehovah. Wait, is that what it says? Hold on. Yeah. Adonai Yehovah fell there upon me. Then I beheld, and lo, a likeness as the appearance of fire, from the appearance of his loins even down toward fire, even downward fire, and from his loins even downward as the appearance of brightness as the color of amber. And he put forth the form of a hand and took me by a lock of my head. And that's why the Hare Krishnas grow a lock of hair on their head. Seriously, so God could pick them up and take them to heaven. What a con job, but that's what they say. And the Spirit lifted me up between the earth and the heaven, and brought me in the visions of God to Jerusalem, to the door of the inner gate that looked towards the north, where was the seat of the image of jealousy, which provoketh to jealousy. That's the abomination of desolation, referred to in different words. And where is it? It's in the northern side, or the northern gate, where the inner court connects to the outer court in the north. In that gate is where this abomination of desolation is in. Not in the holiest of holies. Okay? The only temple that has an architectural layout with an inner court and an out court and a connecting northern gate is the next temple, which we refer to as Ezekiel's temple, just for reference. Not that he built it or anything. Oh, the iPad's moving around on me again. It's pieces of garbage. Okay, let me fix it. And behold, the glory of the God of Israel was there. Now, that's the glory of the Lord, that the church people, probably just about everybody that goes to these churches doesn't even know what that is. Let's teach that. Exodus 23, verse 20. Behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee in the way and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. Now, the word for in is in. The word is Strong's number 7130, Gera. It's in him in a physical. Oh, this piece of junk. Let me get it back. Oh, this iPad. I'm sick of this thing. The center literally there's so many, give you so many meanings. Inward part, it means in him. So God is this angel, and God put his name, Jehovah, in this angel. So this angel, having God's name in him, can be referred to by God's name. And he's the one who receives the offerings. He's the one who met with Moses and Aaron in the tabernacle. He's the one, when he would move, they knew they had to follow him, and they'd fold the tabernacle up and travel with it and follow him, and then wait until he told them to move again. And he would be a fire by night to keep them warm in the desert, and a cloud by day to keep them cool in the desert. This is foreign to the church world. They don't know what the heck this is. That's because they don't have the real gospel. They have the church gospel. They're not Christian. They're churchianity. They're not Christian. Christian would follow the Bible. They don't follow the Bible. Go ask people. I wouldn't tell you to go fellowship with them, but look around on the internet and see how many people teach what the glory of God is. Nearly nobody, probably close to nobody. Some do, but very, very, very few. Maybe less than 1%. Okay. Michael would be the one. That's the glory of God of Israel, the head angel. Now I go to hit. I hate this iPad. Oh, do I hate it? Okay. Ezekiel 8. All right. So now we're in verse 4. And behold, the glory of the God of Israel was there, according to the vision that I saw in the plain. So God is so powerful that he gives Ezekiel an image of everything that's going to happen many thousand years in the future. That's the reality of this. Then said he unto me, Son of man, lift up thine eyes, thine, It's Old English, it's not Hebrew. Thine eyes now the way toward the north. So I lifted my eyes the way towards the north, And behold, northward at the gate of the altar, this image of jealousy in the entry. So it's the entry through the connecting gates between the inner and the outer courtyard. That's it. He said furthermore unto me, Son of man, seest thou what they do, even the great abominations that the house of Israel committeth here, that I should go far from my sanctuary, my temple, but turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see great abominations. So there's your word, abominations. But the abomination and make it desolate. The desolate means the glory of God of Israel leaves the temple and the offerings stop. That's the desolate. The temple is defiled. They end it. They don't use it. It doesn't get destroyed because they reconstitute it. That's in, I think, Ezekiel. No, wait a minute. It's Daniel 8. It's in Daniel 8. They reconstitute it. They re-cleanse it. So they get the people to sin so bad to get the glory of God of Israel to leave. And as soon as he leaves, then they attack Israel. This is the great falling away. And he brought me to the door of the court. It's like the deceptions of Satan. Look, he has the Jews in Israel fight against their own Messiah, And that's because God lets it go on because of the 2,000-year punishment. Okay. Which is found in Hosea 6, 1 and 2. And he brought me to the door of the court. And when I looked, behold, a hole in the wall. Then said he unto me, Son of man, dig now in the wall. And when I had digged in the wall, behold, a door. And he said unto me, Go in and behold the wicked abominations that they do here. So I went and saw, and behold, every form of creeping things and abominable beasts, and all the idols of the house of Israel portrayed upon the wall round about. So they were writing or drawing all these pictures of idols and other junk on the temple. And there stood before, you see, in the temple, we never see a picture. We never read in the Bible, thou shalt, sacrifice 3 elephants, 4 camels, 2 lions, 1 cheetah, 14 pigs, 11 lobsters. We never read about that. Okay, those animals are not for sacrifice. Which we never do. We never see any instructions in the Old or the New Testament to use them for sacrifice. So they're obviously not used for that. And there stood before them 70 men, those would be the 70 of the ancients, the elders of the house of Israel. Now the 10 tribes are back, obviously. And the midst of them stood Jezaniah, the son of Shaphan, and every man his censer in his hand, and a thick cloud of incense went up. Now, we don't know about this guy Jezaniah. We just read about him here. And there's another, like a cohort of his, that we just read about him here. This is the great falling away, which happens towards the end of the second 70 in Daniel 9:24. Okay, verse 12. Then said he unto me, Son of man, hast thou seen what the ancients of the house of Israel do in the dark? Every man in the chamber of his imagery, for they say, The Lord seeth us not, the Lord hath forsaken the earth. You see? He said also unto me, Turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations that they do. Then he brought me to the door of the gate of the Lord's house, which was towards the north, and behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz. Tammuz is the sun god. That's the God of the Pentecostal churches, the evangelical churches, the Catholic churches, the nominal church. That's their God. Tammuz, the sun God. That's theirs. Whose mother is Tammuz? Easter. Esther. Easter. When was Tammuz born according to their mythology? December 25th. That's who their Jesus really is the sun God. There's no J in the Hebrew alphabet. How could his name really be Jesus? It's Yeshua. There's no Jehovah. There's nobody named Jehovah or Jesus. There's no J in the alphabet. So they have another Jesus. It says that 2 Corinthians 11:4. They have another Jesus, not the real one. They have another gospel, and they receive another spirit, unclean spirits. Okay, Ezekiel 8, 2 Corinthians 11:4. Read it yourself. Ezekiel 8:15. Then said he unto me, Hast thou seen this, O son of man? Turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations than these. Abomination of desolation, right? Okay, and he brought me into the inner court of the Lord's house. And behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men with their backs toward the temple of the Lord, turning their back on the Lord, and their face towards the east. Now they knew the glory of God of Israel was in the temple. And they knew they couldn't kill him, they couldn't hurt him, they couldn't do anything. They just had to get the people to sin so much he would leave the people to punish them, and then their idea would be to kill all the Jews and overthrow Israel or something like that. And it was pretty similar to today, but this is down the road some. And they worshiping like 70 years after redemption. And they worshiped the sun towards the east. Now, you got to be pretty dumb to worship the sun, wouldn't you think? The sun, the thing up in the sky. I mean, why would you worship it? Does it talk to you? Does it help you? What does it do for you? Then he said, "What are you going to? If you got hurt, you're going to go, oh, sun, please heal me." You know, he ain't going to answer you. Then he said unto me, Hast thou seen this, O Son of Man? Is it a light thing to the house of Judah that they commit the abominations which they commit here? For they have filled the land with violence and have returned to provoke me to anger, and lo, they put the branch to their nose, and the burning branch really stings your nose when the smoke gets in. Therefore will I also deal in fury, my eye shall not spare, neither will I have pity, and though they cry in my ears with a loud voice, yet will I not hear them. Nine, verse 1. Now, so that sets the stage to the great falling away. Okay, now what are we doing back then? Well, we're not violently stopping them. I don't know. We should have stopped them. We should have prevented this. I don't know why it got this bad. See, we don't have all the details, but he cried also in my ears with a loud voice, saying, cause them that have charge over the city to draw near, even every man with his destroying weapon in his hand. Now, these are the angels. And behold, 6 men came from the way of the higher gate, which lieth towards the north. Again, they're coming from the north gate where the abomination of desolation is, which lieth towards the north, and every man a slaughter weapon in his hand. And one man among them was clothed with linen, with a writer's inkhorn by his side. So an inkhorn would be something that holds the ink. So he probably had a plume pen or something like that from a feather, I don't know. And stood beside the brazen altar. So he was in the inner courtyard where the brass altar is. And the glory of the God of Israel was gone up from the cherub, whereupon he was to the threshold of the house. It's a house because he's living in it. He never lived in any other temple before. He briefly went in Solomon's temple. The glory cloud filled it, and then he left. He didn't live there. And he met with Moses and Aaron in the tabernacle, but of course he didn't live there. He met with them at the mercy seat. See, the mercy seat, what was Yeshua? Mercy for us. Salvation, saving, redemption. But Yeshua wasn't the glory God of Israel. When you read Acts 7, 40, no, okay, let me go there. I think it's Acts 7:50, or well, I'll find it. I don't have the verse. I'll get it for you. Hang on. I'll show you why it's not Yeshua. I missed it by a few verses. It's 55. I thought it was 49 or 50. All right, Acts 7:55. This is like, you can't defeat this. I mean, this is cut and dry. It's about the stoning of Stephen. But he, being full of the Holy Ghost, this is Stephen, looked up steadfastly into heaven and saw the glory of God, that's one, and Yeshua, that's two, standing on the right hand of God, that's three, but I counted wrong. Let's start again. Acts 7:55, but he, that's Stephen, being full of the Holy Ghost, that's one, the Holy Ghost, right? Okay. Looked up steadfast into heaven and saw the glory of God, that's two, and Yeshua, that's three, standing on the right hand of God, that's four. Right there in your own Bible. And said, behold, see the heavens opened, and behold, I see the heavens opened, and the Son of Man standing on the right hand of God. Then they cried out with a loud voice and stopped their ears and ran upon him with one accord and cast him out of the city and stoned him. And the witnesses laid down their clothing at a young man's feet, whose name was Saul. That was before he was Paul. And they stoned Stephen, calling upon God and saying, Lord, they called upon Stephen, who was calling God and saying, Lord, Yeshua, receive my spirit. And he kneeled down and cried with a loud voice, Lord, lay not this sin to their charge. And when he had said this, he fell asleep. So the Lord took him before he got any pain from being stoned. So we know there's the Holy Spirit, there's the glory of God of Israel, there's Yeshua, and Father God, Jehovah. 4. So you could take the Trinity and Triune Godhead and throw it back at the church because it ain't real. What happened?
No, it's all good. I'm sorry. It's all good.
Let's go back to Ezekiel 9. Open the mysteries of God to you that the church prefers to keep shut from you. So we have 6 men, and verse 2, Ezekiel 9:2. And behold, 6 men came from the way of the higher gate, which lieth towards the north, and every man a slaughter weapon in his hand. And one man among them was clothed with linen, with a writer's inkhorn by his side. And they went in and stood beside the brazen altar. And the glory of the God of Israel was gone up from the cherubim, whereupon he was to the threshold of the house. And he called to the man clothed with linen, which had the writer's inkhorn by his side. And Jehovah, this is the glory of God of Israel, Michael called Jehovah, said unto him, so go through I believe it's Michael, go through the midst of the city through the midst of Jerusalem and set a mark. It just says set mark. Now, upon the foreheads of the men that sigh and that cry for all the abominations that be done in the midst thereof. So, a mark would likely mean the mark is his name. Like you go back to the Davy Crockett days or Wyatt Earp or something, is a guy's buying cattle or something. They say, put your mark here. And the guy writes John Hancock his name. That's the same. Mark is the name. Okay. So that's what I think it is. Okay. But it does in the English Bible say mark. All right. Slay utterly, old, young, both maids and little children and women, but come not, and that's here Ezekiel 38:39, but come not near any man upon whom is the mark, and begin at the sanctuary. Then they began at the ancient men which were before the house. And he said unto them, defile the house and fill the courts with the slain. Go forth. And they went forth and slew in the city. And it came to pass while they were slaying them, and I was left, that I fell upon my face and cried and said, Lord God, it's Adonai Jehovah, will thou destroy all the residue of Israel in thy pouring out of thy fury upon Jerusalem? Then said he unto me, the lawlessness of the house of Israel and Judah is exceeding great, and the land is full of blood, and the city full of perverseness. For they say, the Lord hath forsaken the earth, and the Lord seeketh not. And as for me also, my eye shall not spare, neither will I have pity, but I will recompense their way upon their head. And behold, the man clothed with linen, which had the inkhorn by his side, reported the matter, saying, I have done as thou hast commanded me. Now, the one who commanded the angel, he says, you commanded me. Well, that's another reason why I would say it's Michael. Commanded me. Okay. Then we go to 10. And I looked, and behold, in the firmament that was above the head of the cherubim, there appeared over them, as it were, happening. As it were a sapphire stone, as the appearance of the likeness of a throne, and he spake unto the man clothed in linen, with linen, and said, go between the wheels, even under the cherub, till thine hand, and fill thy hand with coals of fire from between the cherubim, and scatter them over the city. And he went and did so in my sight. Well, that would have caused some sort of fire, I expect. Now the cherubims stood on the right side of the house, when the man went in and the cloud filled the inner court, that
Mommy.
reminiscent of the cloud with Solomon's temple when they were inaugurating it at the beginning. Then the glory, or cleansing it, for the beginning of use. Then the glory of the Lord went up from the cherub and stood over the threshold of the house, and the house was filled with the cloud, and the court was full of the brightness of the Lord's glory. Now he was leaving the temple, is what's going on. He's going out of the temple. And the sound of the cherubim wings was heard even to the outer court, as the voice of the Almighty God when he speaketh. So them wings was loud, huh? And it came to pass, maybe he's pretty big, we don't know. And it came to pass that when he had commanded the man clothed with linen, saying, take fire from between the wheels, from between the cherubims, that then he went in and stood beside the wheels. And one cherub stretched forth his hand from between the cherubims onto the fire that was between the cherubims, and took thereof and put it into the hand of him that was clothed with linen, who took it and went out. And there appeared in the cherubims the form of a man's hand under their wings. And when I looked, behold, the four wheels by the cherubims, one wheel by one cherubim and another wheel by another cherubim, and the appearance of the wheels was as the color of a beryl stone. And as the appearance let's see, and for their appearances they four had one likeness, as if a wheel had been in the midst of a wheel inside of a wheel. When they went upon their four sides. They turned not as they went, but to the place whither the head looked, they followed it, they turned not. They turned not as they went, they just went straight. And their whole body and their backs and their hands and their wings and the wheels went were full of eyes round about, even the wheels that they four had. As for the wheels, it was cried unto them in my hearing, O wheel. And everyone had four faces. The first face was the face of cherub, and the second face was face of a man, and the third the face of a lion, and the fourth the face of an eagle. And the cherubims were lifted up. This is the living creature that I saw by the river of Kabar. Now that's in Ezekiel 1 and 2, chapters 1 and 2, in Babylon by that river Kabar. He sees this is called an epiphany in the seminaries. I don't use that word. And when the cherubims went, the wheels went by them, and this is the throne. He has the throne, I believe, similar to the throne of Jehovah. Something like that. Maybe not similar, but this is the throne he has. Let's just leave it at that. And when the cherubims lifted up their wings to mount up from the earth, the same wheels also turned not from beside them. When they stood, these stood, and when they were lifted up, these lifted up themselves. Also, for the spirit of the living creatures was in them. Then the glory of the Lord departed from off the threshold of the house and stood over the cherubims. And the cherubims lifted up their wings and mounted up from the earth in my sight. When they went out, the wheels also are beside them, and every one stood at the door of the east gate of the Lord's house, and the glory of the God of Israel was over them above. See, to the church, there is no glory of the God of Israel. You ever hear him talk about it? This is the living creature that I saw talk about it correctly. I saw under the God of Israel by the river of Kabar, and I knew that they were the cherubims. Everyone had four faces apiece, and every one four wings, and the likeness of the hands or a man was under the hands of a man was under their wings, and the likeness of their faces was the same faces which I saw by the river Kabar, the river of Kabar. Then appear their appearances and themselves. They went. And we go to 11. Verse 1. Moreover, the Spirit, now this gets a little bit more detailed and pretty cool. Moreover, the Spirit lifted me up and brought me into the east gate of the Lord's house, which looketh eastwardly, and behold, at the door of the gate 25 men, men, among whom I saw Jazaniah the son of Azur and Pelatiah the son of Benaiah. Now, we don't hear about these two guys anywhere else. Princes of the people. Then said he unto me, Son of man, these are the men that devise mischief and give wicked counsel in this city, which say, it is not near, let us build houses. This city is the cauldron, and we be the flesh. So he's saying we're the flesh in a pot, and nothing's going to happen to us. They did that before regarding Babylon. It didn't work out too good for them. They got killed in Jerusalem. Therefore, prophesy against them. Prophesy, O Son of Man. And the Spirit of the Lord fell upon me and said unto me, Speak thus, saith Jehovah, thus have you said, O house of Israel, know the things that come unto your mind, every one of them. You have multiplied your slain in this city, and you have filled the streets thereof with the slain.
I think you just want to push that.
Verse 7. Therefore, thus saith Jehovah, El Adonai Jehovah, your slain whom you have laid in the midst of it, they are the flesh, and this city the cauldron, but I will bring you forth out of the midst of it. You have feared the sword, and I will bring a sword upon you, saith Jehovah, Adonai Jehovah. And I will bring you out of the midst thereof and deliver you into the hands of strangers, and will execute judgment among you. You shall fall by the sword. You shall fall by the sword. I will judge you in the borders of Israel. It's going to happen right in Israel. And you shall know that I am Jehovah. Ani Jehovah is what it says. I am Jehovah, or I Jehovah. This city shall not be your cauldron, neither shall you be the flesh in the midst thereof. I will judge you in the borders of Israel, and you shall know that I am Jehovah, for you have not walked in my statutes, neither executed my judgments. But you have done after the manners of the heathen, the Goyim, that are round about you. And it came to pass when I prophesied that Pelatiah, the son of Benaiah, died, and then fell I down upon my face and cried with a loud voice and said, Lord, Adonai Jehovah, will thou make a full end of the remnant of Israel? Again, the word of Jehovah came unto me, saying, Son of man, thy brethren, even thy brethren, the men of thy kindred, and all the house of Israel, holy are they, unto whom the inhabitants of Jerusalem have said, Get you far from me. unto this land giveth this, okay, have said, get you far from, let me back up a minute. Son of man, thy brethren, even thy brethren, the men of thy kindred, and all the house of Israel, holy are they unto whom the inhabitants of Jerusalem have said, get you far from the Lord, unto us is this land given in possession. Get you far from the Lord, get you far from the Lord unto, okay, so they're throwing the believers out. That's a common thing they do today. We covered that earlier with the Aliyah. Therefore say, thus saith Jehovah, Adonai Jehovah, although I have cast them far off among the heathen, and although I have scattered them among the countries, yet will I be to them as a little sanctuary in the countries where they shall come. But this is talking about the 2,000-year period that's just about over, the diaspora. Therefore say, thus saith Adonai Jehovah, I will even gather you from the people and assemble you out of the countries where you have been scattered, and will give you the land of Israel. Well, that's about where we're coming up right now. And we have some of the land. And they shall come thither, and they shall take away all the detestable things thereof, and all the abominations thereof from thence. So it's saying, and they shall come thither, and they shall come thither is the next great Exodus, and they're going to take away all the detestable things, because they hit redemption, they have the Spirit of the Lord, they have the law in their inward parts and stuff like that, and they have the Holy Spirit. Okay, so they shall all know me from the least to the greatest. But there does manage to be a falling away after the second 70. So now we're in verse 19. And I will give them one heart, and I will put a new spirit within you, and that's the Holy Spirit, I believe, and I will take the stony heart out of their flesh, and will give them a heart of flesh. Well, that might apply to us too. So you see, this is talking about the appearing in the clouds, redemption. Okay. That they may walk in my statute and keep my ordinances and do them, and they shall be my people, and I will be their God. But as for them whose heart walketh after the heart of their detestable things and their abominations, I will recompense their way upon their own heads, saith Jehovah Elohim. Then did the cherubims lift up their wings, and the wheels besides them, and the glory of God of Israel was over them above, and the glory of the Lord went up from the midst of the city and stood upon the mountain which is on the east side of the city, which is Mount of Olives, about a third of a mile east of Jerusalem. Afterward, the Spirit took me up and brought me in a vision by the Spirit of God into Chaldea to them, the captivity. So the vision that I had seen went up from me. Then spake I unto them of the captivity, all the things that the Lord had shown and had showed me, not shown, showed me. Okay. So this is the glory of God leaving the temple. This is not what we're facing now. This is at the end, the falling away. Okay. What do you think? We're going to get redeemed, redemption. The temple is there, and then we see a bunch of people around the temple turning their back to the Lord and praying to the sun god. What do you think we would do if we saw that? Well, for example, we could throw a brick or a rock or a sword and cut their heads off or throw them off a cliff. But do you think we would just sit there and do nothing? Here we are, we just come out of all this horrible life we've had, and we're in redemption, and we see people doing this in the temple, raining on our parade. I mean, you're going to let that happen? No. You smash their head open for that. Because you know what's coming if you just ignore it. But apparently some people ignored it. I wouldn't ignore it. Unless the Lord said ignore it, let them do it. I don't know. But you wouldn't sit. I mean, here we are, we get delivered from living with the Satan bots and all that, and then some jackasses try to pull this move on us. I'd rip through them. I wouldn't put up with that. I don't think you would either. Okay. So, I was going to show you something else. Where was it? So we know we see the glory of God of Israel go through the Mount of Olives, right? Okay, because we just saw that. Now let's connect it for you. So we go to Zechariah 14, which is the same basic scriptures that we've been reading, and also Ezekiel 38, 39. Behold, the day of the Lord cometh, and thy spoils shall be divided in the midst of thee. We don't read that in Zechariah 12. For I will gather all Goyim against Jerusalem to battle, and the city shall be taken, and the houses rifled, and the women raped, and half the city shall go forth into captivity, and the residue of the people shall not be cut off from the city. The reason they're not cut off is they got the mark, God's name, I believe, on their head, the mark on their forehead. Nothing bad happens to them. Stay far away from them. The others get it. So again, it's let me get back to keep going. So verse 3, then shall the Lord go forth and fight against those nations as when he fought in the day of battle. Now, Yeshua never fought previous to when he comes down in Revelation 19. So basically, it's the glory of God of Israel, not Yeshua. And his feet shall stand in that day upon the Mount of Olives. And we read that already. That's the glory of God of Israel. The church teaches you twisted, which is before Jerusalem on the east, and the Mount of Olives shall cleave in the midst, and they run through it. Okay, so it all fits together when you follow the true gospel. When you follow the crap the churches spew forth, you don't know if you're coming or going. And people say, oh, you're wrong, it's this, and I'll say, okay, show me the scriptures, and they never do, because there are no scriptures to show. They don't know their scriptures. They just believe whatever people tell them. They don't use the Bible enough. Okay, so this is not Zechariah 12 with the raping of the women and all that. And then this is the times and a half. The times and a half. That's not 42 months or 1260 days. Coincidentally, it looks that way because that's to confuse the people who it's not given to understand these scriptures. It's captivity. That's what it's talking about. Half of Jerusalem goes into captivity. What was the first captivity? Okay, Egypt. The second captivity, Babylon. The third captivity, Rome, when the temple was burned, 70 AD. And what's the fourth captivity? Right here, half of Jerusalem goes into captivity. Time is 1, times is 2. So that gives you Egypt, Babylon, and Rome. And a half the time. That's the one right here in Jerusalem. Yeah, let's go to Daniel 7:25. And he shall speak great words and against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High. That's all he does to us. He gets us worn out. He does do that. And think to change times and laws. Well, he does that. Look at the churches, And they shall be given into his hand until a time and times and the dividing of time. That's a half a time. But the judgment shall sit, and they shall take away his dominion to consume and to destroy it unto the end. Well, we have the keys to the kingdom. We use them, and we try to make him weary as we can and screw him. Now we see this again. Well, you see here the time at times and half a time, right? Be given into his hand at time and times and dividing in time. What does it mean, given into his hand? Well, he runs all the countries, but that's soon to stop. He's not going to be running Israel. But then comes the great falling away, so he makes sort of a comeback, and we'll have a good, long, nice period where we rest, I'm sure. Then we see this again, I think, in Daniel 12, where, that's a good question. Verse 5, Daniel 12:5. Then Daniel looked, and behold, there stood another two, the one on this side of the bank of the river, and the other on the other side of the bank of the river. And one said to the man clothed in linen, which was upon the waters of the river, how long shall it be to the end of these wonders? All right. So you have Yeshua is the one standing on the waters, visiting earth, even maybe in a dream or a vision. And then you have the other two. Who do I think the other two are? Well, Enoch and Elijah. Could be Elijah or Moses, maybe, but I don't think so, because I just don't. Okay. And I heard the man clothed in linen, which was upon the water of the river. See, when you read the New Testament, you see Yeshua walk on the water, you know it's Yeshua. But before that happened, you may not know that. But this was written before that happened, but we're reading it after it happened. Okay. When he held up his right hand and his left hand unto heaven, and swore by him that liveth forever. So he was swearing by, I guess, Jehovah, that it shall be for a time, times and a half, and when he shall have accomplished to scatter the power of the holy people, all these things shall be finished. And you see, when you get into New Jerusalem, it's over. There's no death there. So you made it into New Jerusalem, you're pretty much done. Okay, you eat of the tree of life, drink of the water of life. Satan gets released. He gathers people around Jerusalem, New Jerusalem, I suppose it says, and he's going to attack. And then Father God Jehovah comes down and burns the whole place up. And, that's that. Okay? That's the end of the millennium. The millennium's long over when this happens. It's been over. After the millennium's over, he's released. And then from there, he winds up in the lake of fire. And you see, nothing bad happens to us after that when we hit New Jerusalem. So if you make it to everlasting life, that means you live long time, an indeterminate amount of time. You just got to make it about 70 years to get into New Jerusalem, and then you don't die anymore. And it's it. You got it made. So you're going through a very rough period of time. And basically, I'm telling you, just about, not completely, but you just about got it made when you get to the everlasting life. It's not that you slid into home plate. Sliding into home plate's when you go up to heaven. You're home plate, you're home, right? But you're pretty darn close when you get the everlasting life. I mean, are you going to fall away? You're not going to fall away. Which one of you is going to fall away? I don't think any of you. Maybe the people that are come in and born and raised that never went through what we went through would fall away, but how the heck would we ever fall away? Were you nuts? How would you ever do that? You wouldn't. I mean, I couldn't imagine why you ever would. Okay, please pray. I got a little bit of a sore back. I took some of that magnesium glycinate, and it got a lot better. But it's still a little sore, so I appreciate prayers for that. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see if I have other prayer requests, and then we'll close. We'll get a closing prayer going for everybody. Do I have any other prayers? I don't remember any. No. No, I don't. So I hope you got something out of this today, and I'll get us a prayer. My Heavenly Father, Jehovah, I pray for me and my wife and all the true believers in their households, that we would be happy, healthy, and whole, and safe and secure as would our animals and pets. And we would have strength, stamina, and endurance, and your healing and recuperative power would flow through us, and we wouldn't get sick or hurt, and we'd keep healing. And we have no accidents, no tickets, no breakdowns, no getting stopped, stuck, or stranded, traveling, and we don't get discriminated against, and we don't have anything robbed, stolen, taken away, or anything else, or ripped off or frauded. And I pray that any works of the unclean spirits or those that serve the unclean spirits would be lifted off us of no value, no effect forever. And I pray that your Holy Spirit's poured out on us and we walk in the gifts of the Spirit. And I pray that if we need work, we get work. And if we need clients or customers, we get that. And we prayed for somebody a little while ago to get a good job interview. It looks like this person got the job, by the way. Looks like a fulfilled prayer. And I pray we and we prayed for somebody to get healed. They were in the hospital and they did get healed pretty good. There was something that came up on one of their detection systems, like a growth or something like that. And they went to go dig into it deeper or something, and it's not there anymore. Healing, I suppose. It just poofed away, went away. Okay. So I also pray that we be rejoicing and happy, and I pray that this government of Israel, this whole democratic monstrosity they've concocted with Satan bots, be gone and done away with as soon as possible. And I pray that we could all come live in the land and have places to bring people and be in peace here. And I pray for the two witnesses to take over Israel already. It's so awful here. And I pray that we all make it. And we have adequate finances and then some. And I pray for the peace of Jerusalem, and us to all have peace and not worry and not be bothered by this satanic systems. And I submit all this to you, my Heavenly Father, B'Shem Yeshua HaMashiach, and I send my Shabbat Shalom to all those who love Yeshua HaMashiach, and I'm out.